Yeah, there they go. All right, everybody's coming in now. Just a few
Hello,
people.
everyone.
Perfect. Allie, I see everybody getting in. It looks like we're ready, huh?
Born ready.
Perfect. Hey, guys, welcome to Center Technology celebration of National Cybersecurity Month. Every October, we like to throw a small mini workshop, a series of different classes that we believe, at least within Center's walls, should be relevant or important to small businesses out there. Today, we've got a jam-packed schedule of different classes with special guests and a blend of center employees and our partner ecosystem. Y'all seen the agenda. You probably got your favorite classes already picked out. So we intend to jump right in quickly and get started. I'm James Schuler. I'm your host today. I'm going to be in and out of these sessions in order to make sure that we're keeping things moving along. Joining me as always, Allie Boyce, our event producer. Allie is going, yeah, Allie, say hi to everybody.
Hi, everyone.
All right, go back to mute. Okay, Allie's here to make sure that any of your questions get answered by making sure they get to the front of the line. So should you have something you want to discuss or ask a question on for additional detail, put it in the chat. We'll make sure that Allie is funneling those up to the speakers. And should time allow or not allow, we'll make sure we get you answers to those outside of the event. I also know that Allie's got a series of giveaways planned. So should you want to leave early, just know that the end of every one of these sessions will have a small giveaway and then a big one at the end. We're going to start with our center's CISO, Chief Information Security Officer, Robert Nettles. Robert, although relatively new to Center as an employee, has been a long part of Center's story. We're excited to have him on board at Center now, and he's being joined by a special guest that really focuses on the incident response side. So when all your offensive strategies fail, what defensive measures do you have in place to make sure that blast radius doesn't get too big? So Aaron Swift joining us from our Arctic Wolf relationship. Aaron, thank you for being here. So Robert, AI horror stories and blind spots and incident response plans. That's a heck of a category to get to launch with. Are you excited about that?
Oh man, you cannot be in this industry without getting some splashback from one of these crazy events that happen in your career.
Well, Robert, if y'all know Robert well, that was about as most excitement I've ever seen Robert show. So Robert, I can't wait to hear what y'all got to say about it. I'll shut up and mute. To everyone listening, if y'all have questions, start plugging them in. Looking forward to the day. And Robert, thanks for launching this with us.
Yeah, thanks, James. Aaron, so part of what we're doing today with this workshop series is we are talking a lot about how AI and some of the emerging trends are really changing what is happening and what we're dealing with. And all of us that are not even that are just in cybersecurity or IT, but just in business in general, with technology being so ingrained with how we do work, we're all involved. And so we wanted to start off today talking about just some things that we're seeing, some of the like horror stories about stuff that's happening. And I figured no better than someone to bring in that just does incident response day in and day out. You've dedicated your life to living in these headaches. But I wanted to talk about kind of some of the more pedestrian things that people see day to day. And I know we have all lived with the really bad AI scams out of Nigeria or India or places where you get the email and you just know, hey, this is not real. But how are those changing, especially in the last 18 months or so with AI? And what are we really seeing with what people are dealing with?
Yeah, it's definitely something where we're starting to see these attacks being crafted a little more carefully. AI, even just the base chatbots, ChatGPT, Claude, etc. It's now much easier for a non-native English speaker to write messages like a native English speaker. And so a lot of those traditional tells that I think, even well-informed people were looking for potential phishing messages and scam, bad grammar and whatnot, those are becoming much less reliable ways to determine if a message is suspicious or not. Anyone can go into ChatGPT and start writing messages in another language. So it's something we're seeing from a phishing perspective where there's been an uptick. A lot of this is also still in speculative stages. Obviously, AI, we're hearing it all the time everywhere. We're usually seeing there's always some lag time before we start seeing all of the hard evidence of this, but we're starting to see the nuggets emerging that indicate this has been going on for a while, and it's only going to get worse because these chatbots are very rapidly advancing in terms of quality, and year by year are making pretty big steps forward at this phase.
So if they're getting better and we're not able to rely on kind of those common misspellings or weird grammar things that we've been taught to kind of look for, how are we seeing this changing beyond email? Like, we're seeing stuff in other tools and other collaboration platforms? Like, what are we dealing with?
Yeah, so some of the text to voice stuff is getting pretty advanced pretty quickly, and so we're definitely seeing an increase in some of what we believe might be AI related, like phishing phone calls or vishing. Again, you can never confirm that on a case by case basis, but those attacks are trending up, and it's felt like a pretty safe assumption that some of that is baked into AI. So we're seeing things like, for example, there's an attack that's been getting pretty popular in the last couple of years to spam bomb a user with, say, if I have access to your email address, Robert. I sign you up for 1,000 mailing lists from legitimate websites. All of those emails are individually legitimate, coming from a legitimate known sender, would have no reason to be stopped by your email appliance. So suddenly your inbox blows up, and then the fraudster, follow this up with a phone call to you. We see this on Teams a lot, saying, "Hey, I'm Aaron Swift. I'm with IT. Robert, I think you're having an issue with your email. Is that correct?" And you freaking out because you're receiving so many of these emails at once, go, "Oh my God, yes, please help me get back to normal." And it puts folks into a position where they have their guard down because they're panicking a bit. And these are the kinds of calls that I think we're starting to see signs could be automated, and I expect this going to get a lot worse as some of these AI assistants can essentially hold a conversation, especially when they're trained pretty well. And so it really falls back to policy and procedure, letting users know, like, hey, your IT team will never ask you for your password to anything. Your IT team will not reach out, out of nowhere to request remote access to your PC, and making sure users have, if you're talking about sending money, that you have policies in place to double and triple check who you're speaking to. If it's IT access, knowing that, like, hey, where to go to contact your IT team and can maybe reach out independently to make sure you're actually speaking with the team and not a stranger who just cold called you.
Yeah, and you mentioned a couple key things that I'm kind of hearing out of that are really bringing my attention. One is the policies with money transfers, and the other is just the awareness and just keeping your eye out that certain things aren't going to be happening. It really reminds me of kind of the grift that got popular a couple years ago, where people would say that the IRS was calling them and that the police were coming, and that if you hung up, they would arrest you, but this benevolent person on the phone was going to help you keep from getting arrested, but you needed to wire transfer them money immediately. And on the face of it, that seems like such a preposterous situation. But when you get in these high stress situations, it's really hard to think straight and recognize, hey, this is abnormal. This is out of the situation. I'm a normal person. This shouldn't be happening to me. And I'm kind of reminded of the newer one where people are getting tricked into sending bank cards and things like that. What are we seeing there, and how is that playing on the person? Like, what can we really put in place that goes beyond the emotion?
Yeah, so we focus on a training perspective. I talk a lot about like persistent security training and just helping users constantly have these things be front of mind. Back in the day, I remember my first IT job. Once a year, I read a 3-page PDF that was my security training, signed my name, and then I was certified as cybersecure for the next 12 months. That's not really sufficient, especially for non-IT folks. You really need constant reminders, something that's constantly front of minds, to start to have kind of the critical eye as you look at everything that comes in and why could this be suspicious. So looking for signs of increased urgency and thinking like, hey, that's weird, there shouldn't be this kind of immediacy around really any request.
Yeah, and it's easy to think about what we hear anecdotally or what we kind of see as these little drive-by attacks that don't really mean much. I know for me personally, it's how these things, when they do get played off on the bigger side. So instead of asking for gift cards, it's um, using AI to pretend that you're the CFO and there's an emergency wire transfer for a deal that's happening, or somebody's at an event and we just really need to get something set up and sent over to them, and these weird requests that sometimes if you're in an unorganized group, they just happen because you're just responding and you're trying to be agile. But it's really important to have the processes in place to kind of really slow that down, which kind of brings in the importance of having an IR partner. If you slow things down, if you have the process in place, um, what are the benefits of bringing in somebody like yourself once something big happens? Let's say, somebody has accidentally clicked on something or somebody has brought somebody in. Um, what does that step look like for you? What do you see as you're kind of paratrooped into the battle?
Yeah, so we bring the experience, right? You're going through, oftentimes if you're reaching out to my team, it's very possibly the first time you've ever had to engage incident response. It's definitely, hopefully, the last time you ever have to engage incident response. But you're already in a situation where your emotions are heightened, you're panicked. Even if it's a small incident, every IT person's concerned about, how do I know I'm not going to get ransomware in an hour? And my team, we do this 7 days a week. We've been doing this for years. There's a lot of specialized knowledge to not only do things safely, but also securely. I think a lot of IT folks, there's a lot of really smart people in our industry that could kind of figure some of these pieces out on their own. But for the most part, you're either going to do it quickly or you're going to do it safely. And you're probably never going to be able to thread that needle and do both of those things. And when you're doing an incident, you need to make sure you're doing both of those things. From a business impact perspective, it's really easy for me as the outsider to say, like, hey, let's network quarantine you and take your whole business offline for a week while we investigate this. It's a lot harder for you as the business to go through an extreme measure like that. So making sure that you have someone that can, if you need to take extreme measures like that, have it happen as quickly as possible and be over with, and get you back to normal, but also make sure that you're not cutting corners and just opening yourself up to be reattacked or to be attacked worse. We unfortunately do have a lot of, looking at the big picture, the ransomware examples. We do unfortunately get a lot of clients who came in and they say, we had this thing happen a week ago. We thought we took care of it. We were pretty comfortable moving forward. And then suddenly, 7 days later, we wake up one morning to alerts that all of our servers aren't operating. We realize everything's been encrypted, and we realize we didn't contain this to the extent we thought we did. And so, when things are strange and you're confident there's been some level of network intrusion, taking the steps up front, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? Having some of that pain up front during a minor incident can be the thing that stops you from having like a major attack.
Yeah,
Hey,
and go ahead, Ellie.
Aaron, I was going to say, to your point of how much organizations can be at risk for ransomware or just getting hacked into, we have a question from the chat. How often should an organization conduct security trainings for end users to keep them sharp for cybersecurity?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of tools on the market doing this. Arctic Wolf has our own tools. So that's what I'm most familiar with. We do bi-weekly trainings. So every 2 weeks, we call them micro trainings. They're like 2 to 3 minute long videos. And the idea is that it's just something that's fairly consistently coming in front of users that will start to put it front of mind. We call it security culture. You need the least secure people in the organization to be thinking about cybersecurity. So we typically accompany that with like monthly phishing simulations. And I know a lot of the other kind of competitive tools on the market do similar things. So whether it's, some sort of training that's going out, bi-weekly or even monthly, something that's just fairly routine so that your users are constantly getting some reminder of like, hey, cybersecurity matters. You are constantly being targeted. Please be vigilant and please report things if you see anything weird. And hearing it consistently over periods of time is what kind of builds that muscle memory in the majority of your users, where maybe they get a suspicious email and instead of clicking it, they start asking the people around them like, hey, did you just get this all company email? Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, this could have been a phishing email. I better report this.
Yeah, that's kind of similar to how I treat cybersecurity at home. We play a game of, is this real? So we're watching a show, and when they hack into all the closed circuit TV cameras in 5 seconds, and it's really funny the times when I'm like, nope, yeah, you can do that. Everybody kind of just stops. It's like, oh no. So it's really fun to think things are all fake. So when you're jumping in and you're helping out these companies, and let's say we're in one of these bad situations. You were just talking about having that intestinal fortitude to shut down for a week to really do that analysis and say, okay, we know what's here, and you can't really do that when you're trying to keep a business running. It kind of makes me pause and just really ask, what are some of the implications of not having the right technical resources, particularly like for a small or a medium-sized business where their entire IT department might just be one or two people, more than enough in the day-to-day to keep the lights running and keep things great. But when these catastrophic events happen, like what are some of the things you see when you jump into these kind of environments where there just aren't the skilled resources on site?
Right. It's definitely something that becomes more than just an IT issue. Like you said, a lot of these companies, especially the small and medium-sized businesses, I hear this all the time. Why would they target us? They wonder, don't these people only go after big businesses with tons of money to pay? And the reality is that the overwhelming majority of companies getting hit with ransomware, for example, are fairly small businesses. These threat actors, there's a lot of low-hanging fruit out there. There's more companies that they could compromise than they possibly have the time to. And so they're not targeting anybody. They're just scanning the entire internet, looking for certain hits. If they're going after a certain firewall vendor with a recent vulnerability, there's a finite number of IP addresses out there. You can scan the whole internet. You can automate that. And then once you get your hit, you don't care about what kind of business it is. You just go in and start doing your thing. And these groups really have this down to a science. And a lot of the times, this is not two people in a basement somewhere on the other side of the world anymore. A lot of these larger ransomware groups, these are large organized crime syndicates, much more like a mafia, where they have many, many people involved with really specialized skill sets, sometimes hundreds of affiliates at the largest groups. And if you're a two-person IT team, you're not equipped to deal with a team that has that many people with that specialized of skill sets.
Mm-hmm.
And so making sure you have some sort of plan in place, not just from an IT perspective, but also like from a business operations perspective of like, what would the immediate first steps look like if the worst case scenario happened? Understanding from an IT perspective, what's it going to take if we have to start doing containment measures, but also making sure the business knows. I deal with a lot of businesses where they never realized if they shut down all their servers, like the implication is that they're no longer able to send or receive product. That's not an IT problem. That's a business problem. And that's the kind of thing that starts to flag up to, the top brass, where I think a lot of IT folks understand these implications, but until the risk is really explained to, ownership level folks, is maybe not taken seriously until they know that this could happen to anybody.
Yeah, and that starts to really blur the line between a cyber incident response and just business continuity planning on just how do you run the business. So I know with Center, we really specialize in kind of the small and medium business, and we like being able to help out and just be the IT team for our company. And that gives us the luxury of having a dedicated security team where we can sit down and write processes. We can do these tabletops. What are some things that a business could do if they don't have a dedicated advisor and they're trying to do this on their own? How do they prepare? How do they get these things in place ahead of time? What should they try?
Yeah, whether that's working with an external provider or just doing some research on your own, starting with having an IR plan in place. Assume that if one of these incidents happens, it's going to be at 2 a.m. and it's about to be the worst day of your career. You're not going to be thinking really straight. having as much outlined in writing, and this doesn't need to necessarily be detailed, but just who are the, the first 2-3 people that we need to call and get on the phone working to assist us. Do I know who my cyber insurance provider is? Do I know who our incident response partner is if we have one? Do we have like a legal retainer on file that we would want to contact, just to start getting some of these balls rolling? And then from there, I really recommend doing walkthroughs. They don't have to necessarily be intense, but some sort of like, if we pulled the plug on this whole network, what immediately happens to the business? So you could walk through some of the business impact and start to come up with the continuity planning. Because, for a lot of businesses, it's not an if, it's a when. It's safe to assume you will eventually have some sort of cybersecurity incident, and you want to do everything in your power to make the blast radius of that very small. Hopefully it's something you capture at step 1 or step 2 instead of the step 6 or 7 that would be the ransomware deployments. But walking through and just knowing and making sure that not just IT people know, but also kind of the business leadership know what this would look like. Because, unfortunately, I hear this a lot when I was dealing with ransomware clients, where it's, the owners of the business are telling me by the end, like, man, I really never expected I would have to learn this much about IT. And until an incident happens, then they realize like how integral to their business it is and how big the impact can be. So, whether that's even just a 1 hour or a 2 hour tabletop exercise, I think that's a really strong starting point to go through the motions and identify like what is going to be more painful than you thought. What are processes that could be manually rebuilt on the fly versus what are things that you would have no hope to do until the business starts to come back online.
So I know for me, we're thinking through that, and back when I was a consultant and trying to deal with this for a lot of companies, in the South, we have the benefit of having hurricanes. It's not always a benefit, but you do have to plan for power and communication to be knocked out. And how do you still have a business that functions when you might have these long periods of just connectivity and issues and disruption? And it was always helpful to walk into these big utilities or oil refineries or manufacturing plants and just say, well, what do you do when a tornado knocks out fiber or you lose power for 2 weeks, and you start to run out of diesel on your generators and the gas stations aren't working either? So how do you do this? It was helpful to think through that. Let's think about our audience that isn't gifted with annual hurricanes. The rest of the sane country. How can people start to take all of these resources and kind of put it in a way that works? What is a way that they can take these policies and standards and guidelines and get it into a template or something that can help them move in the right direction?
Yeah, so there's, fortunately, because this is such a epidemic these days, a lot of this planning, there's a lot of great resources you can find online. I mean, even I've gone through and tested like using ChatGPT or Copilots to like output a stock incident response plan, and it can honestly be a pretty good starting point for a lot of these businesses if you have no idea where to go. So whether it's just doing some spending a couple hours one morning doing some research online, trying to work with a chat bot to output something, coming up with a 1 to 2 page incident response plan is a really good starting point, and that puts you ahead of a significant number of the businesses that are out there. An overwhelming majority of the businesses that I work with have never even thought about putting an incident response plan together. And we notice when somebody comes to us with a plan in place, they are much more equipped for what that first 24 or 48 hours is going to look like.
Hey, we have a quick question from the chat. Is there a resource to look at for running tabletop exercises that give you scenarios you can try?
Oh man, there is. I'm spacing on the name of it. There's actually a card game that like makes it into like kind of a literal tabletop game that we've actually had a lot of luck with. Before I was doing incident response, doing kind of some of the walkthroughs. There are a handful. I see some popping up in the chat here as a response. And actually, yeah, that's it. Backdoors and breaches is the one I was thinking of. I've run that with clients before, and I really like that game because it walks you through the unexpected problems that arise during an incident response. You kind of have a bad starting point, and then it will walk you through like if something goes wrong. and it makes the whole thing a little more fun, which we found, can kind of increase engagement, but it's also not too long. You can easily run this within an hour. I've actually had Arctic Wolf colleagues that have run this with their clients on the non-IR side to pretty good results. So that's the one I'm familiar with. There are a number of sites out there that I think can do some like equivalent things if you don't want to go physical cards with it, but I really enjoy gamifying it.
Yeah, and gamifying it is kind of an easy way to kind of increase the enthusiasm for the walkthrough. I've had a lot of success picking obscure situations to really test how management really deals with it. Like picking a company that deals in a particular trade and say, okay, let's assume leadership is on the trade floor, and this is how you get 25% of your annual sales is this week, and this is also the week that we've got ransomware has taken down this. So these people are out of pocket. They can take a 5-minute call every hour and a half, but other than that, they're out of pocket. So you have them sitting in the room kind of listening, but then everybody else that's left with leadership at the company kind of playing through how they would make the decisions, who would actually step up, and then having the leadership team hear all of that, but not being able to participate. And then when you do that lessons learned afterwards, that's interesting. I didn't think you would step up, or I didn't think you'd have the confidence to do this. And I've seen growth come out of that more than I've seen process improvement, but it really helps having that communication on who can we rely as a second, third, and fourth kind of person in line to do these decisions. Aaron, really appreciate the conversation today. It's always helpful. I know, Center, we love having y'all help us out with incident response, and I hope everybody here listening got something out of this. I know I sure have a couple takeaways.
Hey,
Allie?
Robert, I know I had a little bit of a breakup in what I could hear and couldn't hear. Did you say you watched the show Is It Cake?
Oh yeah, I love Is It Cake.
I think that's what I was hearing. Is that what you were talking about earlier? Is it fake? So that was cool that you talked about just playing the games, the what ifs. And Aaron, for me, I like that element about most of our customers start with, I can't afford a tabletop exercise. Well, let's just answer the first question. Who gets notified first? At least know that. We'll just build from there. Well, I'm a big fan of what y'all are discussing. Thank you so much for doing that with us, Aaron. Robert, great having both of y'all. Thank y'all for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me, folks.
To the listening audience, we are going to be transitioning over to Todd Smith, Center's CTO. He's got a great class to go over about how to roadmap a secure AI strategy. His guest today is the head of WineGuard, Joe Alahat. Joe and Todd, are y'all on so far?
I'm here.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I don't see y'all yet on the screen. I've got a feeling it's just the way it's spotlighted. Allie's probably working on getting y'all pulled to the front. But really excited to hear what y'all got to say about this. Todd, I'm gonna let you take it from here.
Yes,
Thanks,
and before we begin to the next one, I also wanted to tell us who the winner is. Thank you, James, for being so excited for the next. But the winner for this round, who's going to win our custom shirt and poster, is, drumroll please, Brian Kwok. Sorry if I say your name wrong. We'll be in contact with you after to figure out how to receive it.
Excellent. Yeah, Allie, my bad. I didn't mean to mess that up. Todd,
No worries.
now you can take it.
Oh man. James, thanks for the wonderful introduction, and glad to be here today. Joe, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Having a good time. Excited to be here.
All right, so we're gonna go over different topics on how you can roadmap a secure AI strategy. So one of the things is really getting an AI readiness assessment. That's something that Center can absolutely help with. Really, a lot of that comes down to data hygiene. So tools like Copilot are great, and it's a quick, easy way to start with AI, but it's going to utilize all of your data in 365 and SharePoint. And so you got to make sure if you're going to give users access to Copilot, that whatever data that they're using to pull in and help answer questions and drive their productivity is stuff that they should have access to. So that's one important thing to note. A lot of people don't realize, how open their SharePoint is. So we can come in, do an assessment of that. And ultimately you got to figure out the different groups and permissions and who should have access to what, have a DLP policy in place. Joe, what are your thoughts on AI readiness assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I actually asked a question in the chat. I believe it went to everybody around, what is your favorite AI tool? Because it'd be interesting to know if there's some favorites out there. Feel free to chat it in. I'd love to hear what folks are using. There's some interesting, unique things we hear about from everyone. Copilot is the obvious one. If you're on a Microsoft 365 stack, and the associated ChatGPT and OpenAI are always out there, but Copilot is an obvious choice because you like to have that integration. But as Todd said, you could get the genie out of the bottle if the intern has access to all the payroll data via AI. We don't want that, right? And so there's very simple exercises you can do in terms of having good hygiene around access control, who has access to what, that needs to get done. And many of us have SharePoint sites that have grown, and has had what you might have is urban crawl and suburban crawl that has all kinds of offshoots. And there's some interesting data that's out there. So it's good to get some tech experts involved to just review who does have access to what, and then start with a limited group, preferably a couple of people that it's okay that they can see things across the organization. It's probably one of the leaders to do some early stage piloting. I don't know, Todd, have you guys done that with folks or gone through that process? Or maybe a smaller group gets to see, maybe ask some tough questions and see what data maybe comes back and how it's coming back.
Yeah, we've helped several organizations with that. A lot of it is once you identify all that, also building a DLP policy in place, right? So you can identify if so security numbers, if you have any data with PII information, making sure those get tagged, then you can put restrictions on that as well. So that is absolutely something we can help with. Which kind of also leads to another topic to discuss is enablement with sanctioned tools, like tool enablement, right? So a lot of organizations don't yet have AI strategy or sanctioned tools. And so what we've seen this lead to is shadow IT. So if a company doesn't provide their users or their employees access to a tool, they're gonna employees are resilient. They're gonna want to get their job done. They're gonna use something that's gonna help them out. They're gonna go find something else. So we saw this with several years ago with file sharing, right? So a lot of organizations were kind of slow to adopt SaaS tools. So a lot of users would go sign up for Dropbox or something, set up their own personal account just so they could share files easier with their clients. So the problem with that is then you kind of lose visibility, you lose governance. They're going to do the same with AI. If companies don't provide an AI solution to their employees, they'll find their own. And then next thing you know, your data, your proprietary data or potential data that you don't want leaked can then go to another cloud like ChatGPT or something that may not be contained. So that's also something that we can help with. There's a lot of different tools out there to where once you do adopt that strategy, determine what solution to use. So like at Center, for instance, we decided to standardize on Microsoft Copilot. Again, it's built in. Most of our stuff is in.
Like why was Copilot the choice at Center for you all?
We utilize the Microsoft stack pretty heavily, right? With SharePoint, OneDrive, Outlook, Teams. So that was a big driver. Also with the licensing that we have. So with I think M365 Business Premium, E3, E5, you get the Copilot chat.
Okay.
So that's not the one that integrates with your 365 data, but it's still it's kind of more equivalent to the ChatGPT, where you can create an account, ask it questions, and it can help with that.
Which, by the way, Todd, on that point, there was a question from the audience: how dangerous
Yeah.
is the auto implementation that Microsoft employed with adopting Copilot in their default deployment? Which I'm assuming Alan's referring to the incorporated version that doesn't have access to your calendar or files data. It's basically like a mini ChatGPT that's sitting there. So my understanding is it does not have access, and I've even tested it. And he goes, sorry, I don't have access to any of this. And you do need to pay for the advanced license. But yeah, the point about Copilot is interesting because the choice that and the situation Microsoft is in is that context drives outcomes for AI, right? Context is actually giving it knowledge that is specific to the challenge at hand, not just roving stuff from the internet, right? That's good. It's a good start, but if you're trying to drive outcomes on your business, you need to have access to your business data. And so you want to start to carefully approach that. But if you can give it that context, then it's powerful. So there's a very compelling reason why you might consider Copilot, because you don't have to go off and move it off to somewhere else for the business productivity side, right? It's very common that you might have multiple models running, and Copilot integrated is for business productivity. Maybe you have a product or something that you're using Claude or OpenAI for, but I think that's a very natural choice. Go with what's natural for the user.
And based off what I've read, when the employees are using just the Copilot chat, supposedly Microsoft doesn't allow that data to leave and help the large language model. So it is supposed to be more secure. However, I'd still recommend, if you're using that and not the full company version, that you tell them to strip out the proprietary data. I'd highly recommend that. There are ways that you can have different tools where you're still allowing employees to use AI for personal use. It all just depends on your user acceptance policy. So we have different, like a browser extension. We partner with a company called KeepAware, for instance, so we can have a browser extension that kind of monitors the different sites. It helps a lot for not just AI, but to help determine if maybe there's a phishing website that looks like Microsoft 365 to help prevent somebody from logging into that. But it can also help determine, hey, this is an AI page. We're going to prompt the end user, making sure that they're aware, hey, this is the company's acceptance policy for AI. Do you agree or not agree? And they can continue. So it's just warning them, hey, don't, the checklist of things to utilize AI for, and what to do, what not to do. Or you can block it completely. So it really just depends.
And that's the thing, is that I think being passive as a leader, like there's points in time in running a business, and I've been a business owner for now 25 plus years, and there are moments in time, the internet boom, right? The pandemic, these are good examples. Now we're in the AI era, where AI is now mainstream, Gen AI specifically. And it is a moment where leaders have to understand how this is changing the way people work. And if you are a laggard on AI as a leader, that means you are probably not making the tools available to your team. And when you don't make those tools available in a sanctioned and security conscious way, where do they go? Just as Todd said, they're going to go out to ChatGPT. They're going to find they're going to find the Dropbox in AI, right? The thing that you did in that scenario, which I think, Todd, is a great example of what happens, right? Because people want to get their good work done, and you don't want to create obstacles. So always provide the resources to your team members for them to be successful. Be a good leader. And that means leading in AI and understanding, okay, if I'm on Google Workspace, then Copilot's probably not the right choice. I need to be thinking about the integrated Gemini feature, which I asked in the audience. We've got some folks using Google Workspace, right? So go use that and enable it. And here's some basic things. How many of you guys are recording your sales meetings, right? Your sales interactions with customers, getting auto transcription turned on. How many of you are then reviewing those so that you can then get notes out of that? Next steps. These are all really productive uses that saves you the burden of doing these manual tasks that life's too short for, honestly.
Absolutely. And with like Copilot, for example, with Teams meetings, utilize that pretty heavily. And if there's a meeting you don't find that you're as productive as you want it to be, after it monitors some of your meetings, it has the transcriptions. It can actually help. It can help guide those meetings. You can put an agenda together, and it can help keep you on track. So you can definitely utilize it to your benefit.
You know, the other thing, we use a solution called Gong for our sales calls. It's an AI-enabled sales solution. It'll tell you how much you talked and how much a prospect talked. And it actually has best-in-class numbers to tell you that closed deals happen when this happens. And generally, you need to get the prospect to talk about 50 to 60% of the time. And if you are filling the air 80% of the time, you didn't do enough listening. So, and that's a challenge. So there are things that you can learn about yourself in terms of, is someone talking too much during a meeting versus somebody else, right? And are the team members able to participate? I love Gong too, Robert.
I know one topic that we wanted to get into as well is how to be productive with AI. And I think the other day we spoke, you mentioned minimizing hallucinations, which I thought was a pretty awesome way to put it. What are some of your thoughts on that? How can you be productive? Like, so you mentioned Gong and mentioned with meetings. So what are some other thoughts on that?
Yeah. On hallucinations specifically, like, by the way, to the audience, looks like there was a poll that went out. So, how confident are you in adopting AI tools without compromising security? And we've got a lot of somewhat confident. I put myself as somewhat confident. It's very hard to grade yourself as very confident at this point. You know why? Because the game is changing every day. So I will not claim to be, and I feel like I'm in the know, but you learn something new every day. But when it comes to hallucination, I think we get into this stage where everything is AI. Everyone's excited. There's all this fluff. I was talking to teaching a bunch of U of H masters in cybersecurity students, and a question that was asked is this all just a big bubble? Is it all going to burst? Should I trust that I can use this? And I confidently told the student, look, there's the good and the bad. There was Amazon.com and there was Pets.com during the internet boom era. I love bringing that example up. Unfortunately, Pets.com did not survive. Amazon.com did. So in this era of AI, there's going to be lots of big things that happen and a lot of great ideas, but there will be successes and there will be failures. But underneath it, there is something big happening here, and it's very relevant. And so on the topic of hallucination, what I generally ask folks is use constraints and use context as a way to really provide AI a productive way for it to get to an outcome. Because do you know who else hallucinates beyond AI? Humans do. When you start riffing, like Todd, like if someone's pushing you on a topic and sometimes you put yourself on the edge and you're like, yeah, I think I heard about X, Y, and Z, and you say a couple things, right? But if you validate it, you're like, well, actually, that was kind of wrong, right? And we all do this. You could call that hallucination. It's the same thing. We make up stuff. When we live on the edge of our knowledge spaces, when we don't have context, when we don't stay constrained into the area where we're the expert, but yet we get pushed, we will riff. AI is modeling much of what humans do. And so don't put AI in that situation. Give it constraints, give it context, go do the quick wins and work your way up from the administrative burden to the little bit to the little. Don't shoot to the moon immediately. So a little bit more than maybe you wanted to hear, Todd, but there it is.
No, that was perfect. The other thing is also a lot of people just trust that what AI said is perfect. It does a great job, but a lot of times you have to actually even ask it to validate what it just told you. So one example, I had to take a Microsoft Teams meetings assessment, and I was asking it to kind of help me study for it and asked it a few questions, and it got it wrong. And then I asked, hey, can you validate this? And then it's like, oh, you're right. Well, why didn't you just tell me the right answer the first time? So a lot of that's another important thing is you can't just trust it. You need to validate it and actually make sure that data is accurate. Which
is again human behavior, right? So when you start riffing and then when you go validate, what's actually doing is it's following a reasoning model, and it'll go validate and go, oh, wait a second, I did get it wrong. So we're in a space where it's not ones and zeros, right? It's not like yes or no, true or false.
Yeah.
we're in this qualitative space, and then there's data on the edge of data, and it is expensive to rove the whole internet and know everything to a T and then provide that answer. And so because there's this thing called CAT, right? When you're working in AI, our dev team does this. You focus on cost optimization, right? Cost is important, accuracy is important, and timeliness is important. And all three of those in combination creates a challenge. And so that means you can't be God and have answer to every question without breaking the bank. So you have to scope it. And so that's why you can miss, and then you have to go back and do further reasoning and validate something. So yes, trust but verify.
Yep. And give it guidance. Say, hey, utilize Microsoft's official documentation for the example I mentioned whenever you're helping answer these questions. So you can kind of give it context, like, hey, I want you to utilize this for verification and help you.
Yeah, and here's the other thing is I'm putting something in the chat. You should also consider using the right large language model for the right task. There's a really good site called lmarena.ai that is constantly evaluating the latest models, and it's testing it. And so it actually tells you, like, if you go to the site, you'll see for text, for this, for that, all the different scenarios. This is the best rated large language model for this task. Right now, Claude, Sonnet, it's 4.5, is actually the latest release, is the best at text type response, but it keeps changing, right? So I would encourage you guys to check it out. Within LionGuard, within our app, we're using 3 different models securely, right? We're using it in a secure manner, but we're using there's a solution called Astro Nova from from AWS, and then there's Claude, and then there's Llama that we're actually using in combination, all 3. And so we're using those in different ways because you can't always use the same model for the same task depending on what you're doing. So
yeah, excellent point. Yeah, I was just about to ask different ways that LionGuard is utilizing AI that's helping us.
I mean, I'll tell you, it's funny. It's like the one that's the most interesting that we found out is that we have these kind of domain-specific queries that you have to write. We call them metrics. And what we found is that our users loved the generative AI feature that allowed you to just create this complex query just by asking, look, I just need to get X, Y, and Z. It creates the query, and then it gets back the response. And then our AI team said, hey, by the way, you can use all these 140 languages as well. So I typed it back in Spanish. I had to do a little translation, and I tried a couple of different languages, came back with the same response for the queries. And then one of my co-founder did the same thing using an SQL query. For those that don't know it, SQL query language is the language you use to query databases. But the data we have is structured as JSON, which is a different format. So we're using a completely different language to talk to a completely different data set, and yet AI knows how to translate it. And it still successfully created the query. So I use it as, I think of it as a universal translator now. Like, that's a really good use case when it comes to whatever language you speak. There's a way for it to process it and come out the other end and give you something relevant on the other side. But there's other use cases I can go on and on.
That one in particular has made my life a lot easier. So thank you guys for that one. For
all right,
help with the metrics. So appreciate that.
That's good. That's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Yeah, and with AI, I know it can be difficult. Like you mentioned, that site is a great solution. But a lot of different SaaS tools are starting to get their own AI built into them versus somebody trying to reinvent the wheel and build their own. However, if you do want to build your own, that's where Microsoft Fabric can come in and help. That could be a pretty big task. So that's one of the other reasons we kind of recommend starting with something like a Copilot, and quick wins, things that it can do to help with the value. Even Copilot is like helping with drafting emails and making sure you're getting your point across and improving the communication. So that's been extremely helpful.
Todd, kind of related to that topic, I'm going to see if I can share my screen here for a moment. Can you guys see this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it looks good.
So this is an interesting one. I asked AI for this one, and I drilled down and I said, give me the different career pathways, because I talked to a lot of students about career pathways to go, how are these careers being impacted with AI? What tools are there? And I was shocked at the number of tools that came back with embedded AI or completely AI based in each of these different professions. So I would ask the folks in the audience, go ask AI and ask, what are the AI based tools in our industry that are being used, right? Or for in different use cases. And what's interesting, the list keeps going, right? This is the second page, and it's unreal. And I know this because I've validated so many of these things and used many of these things, and they're like Mid-Journey and all of the AI-based generation. The creative fields are completely changing, right? It's a completely new ball game. Software engineering, which is at the top here, Cursor, changing the game. I'll tell you one that I love to recommend is Lovable. If you've never used Lovable, it is an unreal tool. If you've ever wanted to create a software product but never wanted to code, try Lovable. You will be shocked at what it can produce with, again, give it as much context as you can. Do this. AI needs to chew on good stuff, right? I call it CUD. So you got to be concise because you need to be tight, but yet you need it to be updatable because you're going to keep changing it as you're iterating, and then you need it to be detailed enough so that you're able to really give it the good stuff. And if you give it the good stuff, it knows what to do, and it gives you valid responses back. So yeah, lots of stuff there.
Awesome. So I think we've had a lot of different questions in here, different comments. Let's see.
Yeah, one of the questions we have from the chat, which you kind of briefly answered, but maybe we can go into a little bit more depth. What are your thoughts on certain tools like Glenn that tap into everything you use for tools like Slack, Drive, email? Are those tools safe to use as a personal assistant?
Yeah, that's like remember the old Mint? Was it Mint, the one that integrates to all of your financial data? It's always the same concern, right? You've got this lowest common denominator of the security of that platform is the thing that you got to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
I'll present my personal opinion. I'm a forward person on these kinds of tools. I shy away from new technology that happens to auto integrate into a wide swath of my world because I'm still trying to understand what is the security focus of that company. And what puts me at ease at doing that is understanding what is their security focus. Go to their trust page, find out, did they go through a SOC 2 Type 2? Did they meet these security requirements? Are they rigid in these things before I would start to use it? It is an interesting dilemma you're in because you've got Slack and then you've got Drive. So you've got a mix of, it looks like, Google and Slack. Guess what we ended up doing? We ended up moving from Slack to Teams. And so it merged all of our stuff into Microsoft 365. We moved away from Zoom and we use Teams, right? So I think thinking about your IT stack is really important here. Todd, I don't know your thoughts.
Absolutely.
When you can centralize those things, it does create a good security umbrella for you using a reputable vendor. And then the integration process is simpler then.
Yeah, absolutely. And then what other thing that I'd highly recommend is within Microsoft Entra, and we do this for all of our clients when we onboard them, but you restrict who can just enable an integration to 365. So we make it to where if somebody does, there's only a few permissions by default that they can allow a particular app to do. If anything beyond that, they have to get admin approval, because there's a lot of applications out there that might be useful for AI, where it will, if you look at all of the different permission lists, whenever you're going to integrate it, it'll, for example, keep an offline copy of your entire mailbox if somebody adds that. So that can also be used maliciously. And like you said, that's where you have to look at the different vendors and different products, third-party tools, and look at their security strategy to determine, do I want a copy of my entire mailbox on that particular third party?
That's it. I mean, that's where, you go into these third-party tools. I saw some questions on Lovable. Same thing. This is the tool I was mentioning. And you literally, with a prompt, you can go create a mini app, right? So if you're in the marketing world and you need to create a landing page app that does something, this is a really great way to get from zero to hero without being a developer, right? It codes everything. It actually generates the code. It's a fully functioning website app type solution. It is definitely worth considering at a small subscription price, but yet I would be careful. Don't put confidential data here just yet, right? So start to understand how it's built, but what it produces is code that you can then deploy. Then you can go off and go do that, right? So start to think of it that way. Is how do you think of it as a process where you're using AI to speed up earlier phases of the process, just like a manufacturing facility, lovable to prototype. Then you go take the code out. Then you use Cursor to do software development alongside it. Then you do testing and validation, and then you release. And that's software development. That's how it's changed compared to just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And that didn't exist about 2 or 3 years ago, which is kind of crazy.
The pace of which everything is going is pretty crazy. I remember with Microsoft whenever Copilot was starting to come out, they were saying that things were coming out before they could even have the white papers and the documentation on it. Just that things were moving faster than they could even keep up with, just because of AI and how everything is advancing so quickly. So pretty crazy.
The quick
James,
question: Are there? Oh, James said a stupid comment. Just ignore James. Are there licensing issues with AI platforms? Meaning the using output.
Meaning using the output,
like copyright.
Yeah, it could be the copyright piece.
Alan, do you mind debriefing your question a little?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yes, copyright.
Yeah, it's the sources of data. It has rogued the internet. So the thing is, you want to be thoughtful about where it's referencing the sources, and actually get that feedback back and provide those references so that you can not only validate whether these things are correct, but the other is to provide the head nod to anything that is something that is referenced from another location. But it is something to be watchful for. There's definitely some legal stuff happening around this when things are brought to light that, wait, was this your own genuine idea, or was this actually taken from something else? I don't have any specific cases where I've seen like litigation and success around it just yet. I don't know, Todd, whether you're aware of any of that.
No, but I did see. So we utilize Cloudflare to host our domains and public DNS, and I saw that even just built into that, even with the free platform, you can have it block AI from utilizing content on your site. So instead of if you're publishing blogs or something and you don't want that data published on and accessible for a large language model, there's ways that you can block that. So definitely something to keep in mind.
Book writers, image without Sora 2. Yeah, the image, music, entertainment are really places where this has become top of mind. And so we got to be careful about original art, original work, and just lifting it. It does rob the original inventor or creator of that of so much. We're in that changing world, so it's definitely good to be cognizant of that. And it's fair to say, hey, this was AI enabled, or this was AI generated, so that it's clear for folks where it is. But when you get the assist with it, I generally say, hey, you get the rough draft of something, go work with it, right? Maybe not the artwork, because that might be tougher to edit.
Yeah.
But Todd, it was Joe's doppelganger, The Rock, that's actually facing this right now. He's going through it with Moana. They were trying to do a live action version of it, and quite literally they used deep fake tech to just create it. They were still paying them for it. They shelved it though because no one knows who's going to own the IP, because it's out in the open AI now. So
I didn't know that, and I am his doppelganger, by the way. So yeah, if you saw my full flex, you would know. Just kidding.
I realized that. No, I wouldn't have said that if it. Yeah, I've been with Joe before, and he's been confused for The Rock, and he signed autographs and pretended that he was Dwayne Johnson.
This is great. I love this. You're my agent, man.
Yeah, perfect. Todd does that too. Todd goes out and he gets some Jonah Hill and some other really famous people.
Okay. You are the crackpot on this session, man.
So, Allie, I think it's about time we do another drawing. Do we want to close this session at this point, or do we want to let Joe and Todd talk for another 2 hours?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
good, good.
definitely,
Good go.
and as much as you guys would like to talk for 2 hours, we do have a 30-minute break. So if people do have some questions, we can definitely stick around and ask a few questions. But for all those before everyone leaves, the winner for this session, drum roll, please. Turn on my mic so you could hear it. Nora. Nora,
Ooh,
we
way to go,
will be
Nora.
I
in
know Nora.
contact with you. Oh my gosh, no way. We'll be in contact with you after this to make sure you claim your prize.
That's awesome.
Joe and Todd, y'all were unbelievable on this session. Very entertaining. Love the CUD slide of those two close-up cows. Thanks for doing that.
Can you tell us more about your app idea here? I mean, it sounds amazing. It's lovable. I mean, this sounds like a moneymaker.
Yeah, I think it will be. I can't get it. It's tough for the horses to swipe right with the hoof.
Somebody
Yeah.
We got to
teach us
build
now,
the
James,
right
that
type
you-
of shoe.
Todd, we
shared
need to go to
this out
Lovable
there.
and create this app for
I know, that's
James.
what I was just thinking. I might
This is
beat
a
him to
joke. We
market
need to-
with it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, so
And-
guys, we are doing a. Oh, Allie, did I interrupt you?
Yeah, but that's okay.
So-
We are going to do a quick 30-minute break in between these before jumping to our next session. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending. And also just wanted to keep everyone in mind for if the slide will ever go. Never works with me. Okay.
Yep.
Just kidding. So sorry, guys. All right, we're going to ignore the screen, but we have a, a whiskey event coming up in
There it
the
is.
future. Check out our events page to register.
It was there
James,
for a
take it
minute.
away. It
Yeah, that
was.
whiskey
I'm
event's
sorry.
a continuation of this cybersecurity awareness month. It's the next big thing that we got after this one. So October 29th, if y'all want to continue on this journey and path of us bringing hot topics in cyber to small businesses, this would be the next big one to look for. So big, it's giant.
Love it.
Yeah.
I believe I saw Sarah posted a link earlier. We do have an ebook out that can also help with how small businesses can avoid the cybersecurity pitfalls of AI. So definitely
part of it.
use that as a reference.
Yeah, I've read it. It's a really good reference. I would give it a read, folks. So you want to get knowledgeable on this stuff. Awesome.
All right, let's do a 30-minute break. Joe, Todd, thanks again. Guys,
Thank you.
you don't have to log into a new link. This will be the same place we're at the bottom of the hour. So just come back and we'll be starting promptly at 11:30. Thank you all.
All right.
Thanks,
Thanks, Joe.
everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
All righty. Bye-bye.
Mikey, look at that picture. Looking good, man.
Welcome back, everyone.
Thanks, Allie.
Welcome, James.
Yeah, I hope everybody had a good break. Looking forward to jumping right back in. Couple of my favorite speakers, Belinda Reynolds, part of our Center Technologies team, the director of our SecOps division, and Mikey Pruitt. All of you podcast listeners out there, Mikey's got one of the best tech podcasts. I'm sure he's going to plug it. I highly recommend it. Mikey, we got you on mute right now. If you could unmute, might help a little bit.
James
Perfect.
is just saying that because he was on the best episode.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the most views, the most hits. Belinda, I see you unmuted too. Thank you for doing that. Guys, as we jump right back into our next 30-minute segment, Trust But Verify in the Age of AI, I'm excited for Belinda and Mikey to get to pick apart this topic. If y'all have questions, again, plug them into the chat. Allie will bring those to the surface. We also have, again, the drawing at the end of this session, and then we'll continue to plug temporarily other events we have upcoming. So, Belinda, excited about this one. Do you want to just launch right in?
Yeah. So trust but verify in the age of AI. Sounds intimidating a little bit. We've been talking about it all morning, but we all know how AI can produce or help boost productivity, which is why it's so appealing. It can be super, super sharp, but it can also, as we've discussed today, can also be infallible or not infallible. So sometimes it nails the answer, sometimes it completely misses the mark. So our job isn't just to blindly trust what we get out of it, it's to guide it, to verify it, and make sure it's working for us and not necessarily making decisions for us. So our job as leaders is really to maximize the benefit, but reduce the risk for our business. And in this session, we really want to focus on three things. It's avoiding AI hallucinations in our outputs, preventing data exposure in our inputs, and applying zero trust guardrails so we can work with it responsibly. So on that note, I'm going to kick it over to Mikey to talk about AI hallucinations and see what he's got to say on the topic.
Well, thank you, Belinda, and thank you, Center Technologies, and everyone in the audience for joining us today and giving myself the opportunity to come on and chat. Definitely use the chat functionality if you have any questions while we're talking. We're going to save some time at the end to kind of answer those. And starting off with hallucinations, I think we all kind of know what this means by now. So let's kind of dig into that first aspect of what Belinda was talking about, really the output, what AI says, because the truth is AI doesn't really know anything. It's just predicting. It's predicting like the next set of characters, the next word, the next pixel in an image. So it's not really knowing. It's just predicting based on data that it's seen in the past. So it generates plausible strings of words based on patterns. It doesn't really have like a fact database. Doesn't cross-reference anything in real time. We can give it information like websites or documents, but it's still using those in the same manner, studying them, ingesting them, and then predicting what comes next based on what you have provided it. So I'm gonna give a few examples here about when AI goes wrong. So in Utah, a lawyer submitted a brief and it cited a few court cases. Maybe you've seen this. If not, you can look it up while I'm talking. I found this in the Guardian newspaper. So the lawyer assumed ChatGPT citations were accurate, but later it turned out some of those cases, they didn't actually exist. So ChatGPT in this case gave him some very great ammunition for his legal case, but turns out it was all completely factual, made up by ChatGPT. There's many other famous incidents of this. One is a case called Mata versus Avianca. So in this one, attorneys use ChatGPT to generate judicial opinions, so that that's just kind of like the outcome, the opinion of the court essentially. But when they dug a little deeper, they couldn't really prove anything that the opinion stated. And one of the judges was actually recorded saying, asking if it was just gibberish. And the lawyers kind of had to admit, yes, it kind of was. So these are not like mistakes per se. This is just what we now know as hallucinations. And that's kind of scary when lawyers and experts are really relying on that. But they are. So now we can kind of step in the next phase where if hallucinations were the only risk that we were talking about, that would be great. We could just fact check everything that AI outputs. But we've already seen attackers using hallucinations and deception and our kind of hunger to use these new AI tools against us. So they're using credible phishing emails. They're using synthetic press releases, fake compliance notices, and we're all doing the same thing. And they look pretty close to the real thing. But the opening line might quote a source that's, just completely made up fake. Like no one actually ever said that. And there's a few more examples of this. There's a thing called the Node Package Manager. If you're not a developer, it's not a big deal to understand this, but essentially it's an app store for developers, but it's for code packages, not apps in the way that we download apps on our phone. So pieces of code within those apps. So a recent supply chain attack compromised a really popular package in the Node Package Manager. And that actually happened from just a regular phishing campaign where the developer of that application, of that specific package, was tricked into giving up their MFA credentials. So we can see that AI is being used in the same way we use it against us. And then there's also we're not really talking about hypothetical things anymore. That Node example is a good one. And there's another one where an MCP server got spoofed. This is a pretty big deal. Also happened in the Node Package Manager, which is not great for them, but just for your benefit, an MCP server is like the connecting layer between your systems. So like how the AI agent that you're working on talks to, let's say, HubSpot or Salesforce or some other application that you're already using. So a fake version of a Postmark MCP was published on the package repository. Now, Postmark just sends transactional emails, and you can look up, like, I think it's postmark.app is their website. You can kind of see what they do a little bit. But there was a fake MCP server out there that appeared just like the legitimate one, but inside the MCP was one or two extra things that also sent a blind carbon copy of every email to the bad guys. So anyone who used this MCP server, the fake version, all of their emails were exfiltrated to the inbox of the bad guys. So in this case, the attacker was mimicking a trusted investor, a trusted vendor, and they were kind of co-opting that infrastructure. So these examples are not technical bugs, they're just a failure of trust. So when we believe that the integration layer is kind of safe, it's really not. And there's sometimes ulterior motives that we have to investigate. So when you're working with AI systems, you need to really pause. You need to see what underpins whatever you're dealing with, whether it's an MCP server or just a chat bot or a package that your development team is using. And you need to try to verify those sources. And we don't want to treat everything as truth. We want to treat it as a puzzle piece that we still have to verify. So not everything is validatable. We haven't addressed what went into the model, how it was trained, or what came out of that. And that is really Belinda's territory. So Belinda's going to talk about some data exposure risk, because whether the output is accurate or not, what is the input path is also a potential vector of compromise. So I'll hand it over to you, Belinda.
Yeah, so data exposure is big, right? This is where it gets a little personal. Every time an employee pays something into, whether it's ChatGPT, Copilot, they could be potentially exposing confidential information without even realizing it. And that's not just theory, right? So another real world example is Samsung. Samsung previously allowed their technicians in the semiconductor division to leverage OpenAI's ChatGPT to help them debug code. No harm, no foul, right? Cool AI tool, let's leverage it to make our business better. The problem was those technicians accidentally included some confidential information like source code for new software, review meeting details, and even hardware information. So now all of that information that was plugged into ChatGPT is now part of OpenAI's training module. And that disclosure could have serious repercussions for the business, right? If that leaked information is either exploited by rivals or used for illegal activities, Samsung, of course, now risks losing not only competitive edge, but reputational damage and could even lead to legal penalties. And since then, they've banned the use of generative AI across their employee base in a kind of a knee-jerk reaction. So think of it this way, like if you were to go into a crowded cafe and brainstorm a breakthrough product or service to a friend over the phone, you've got your earbuds in, it's busy, sounds harmless, you're just having a regular conversation until you realize that half the room just overheard your best idea. So you combine that with what Mikey mentioned around that the MCP impersonations, it gets a little scary, in those instances, attackers kind of set up this fake infrastructure, it looks legitimate. Imagine one of your employees falling for that, pasting some client data, credentials, trade secrets into a prompt that's connected to one of those fake systems. And now you're not just dealing with a breach, you're dealing with a compliance nightmare. So from a governance lens, frameworks that we have to adhere to like GDPR, HIPAA, SOC 2, those all require organizations to not just know where your data goes, but also to control where it goes. Regulators and even cyber insurance providers are now asking in their cyber insurance questionnaires and annual renewals is, do you have a policy that governs your AI use? And if the answer is no, then you're kind of already behind the ball. So talk about something that's happening big here in Texas is starting January 1st of next year, the Texas Responsible AI Governance Act kicks in. What that means for us. So in plain terms, it's Texas saying if you're going to use AI for business, you got to do it responsibly. This law kind of expands how we handle personal biometric data if your business works with that kind of data when AI is involved. It bans shady or biased AI practices, and it sets up oversight through a new Texas AI Council and a sandbox under DIR that helps organizations test and improve their AI use safely. So all that said, bottom line is AI is just not a tech issue anymore. It's an overarching company and compliance issue, and that law makes it crystal clear. So as most of you guys know, if your business operates in Texas, starting January 1st, it's not really optional to have that. So you'll want to make sure that you have in place a data governance playbook. And think about things like making sure you have clear consent for any data that you're handling, that you've got transparent data handling policies, that there's some vendor accountability baked in, and then of course make sure everyone knows how AI is being used. An easy way to start or a good way to start is to kind of map out your AI data flows, right? Map out what AI models you've used and approved for your business, what information is stored or referenced, what potentially protected information is stored, and set some limitations. And a lot of it with employees being so excited to jump on the AI bandwagon and use these tools, it may mean just being smart about it. You heard from earlier presentations, making sure that your team is trained, that they know the risks of using AI, that they know that those outputs have to be validated, that they know that just copying and pasting or uploading potentially private and confidential information into an AI model could put the company at risk. So making sure your users are trained is hugely important, and making sure you've got a playbook that outlines how you're handling data and how you're leveraging AI for your business is super important. So if we can't trust AI answers, we got to validate those, and we can't blindly trust where our data ends up, what do we do? the answer is obviously not to just stop using AI and block it for everybody, right? We want to lean into it, but we want to mitigate that risk. So our proposal is really to use it smartly and wisely and implement something called zero trust. So zero trust isn't really just a buzzword, it's a mindset. And simply put, it just means never assume, always verify. Whether it's who's logging in, a device connecting, or even what AI tool you're using to generate results, everything should be verified before it's trusted. What are some of your key points around zero trust, Mikey?
Well, I think you really covered the most important part is that it's a mindset. It's something that we can strive towards. It's not really a solution you buy. It's not really a tool that you use. It's really a march towards an environment where nothing is trusted by default. And when you do that, you kind of force yourself into that compliance and governance aspect because now you have to, let's say, justify giving access from between a tool and another tool and AI or a person and a person. It could be.
Yeah, so you mentioned access. I think if we break it down into something practical and just kind of focus on 4 simple pillars that leaders can actually act on. The first one would be identity and access controls, right? So you might want to make sure that you've got outlined what employees need access to, what data or what tools, even AI tools. For example, marketing might use generative tools for brainstorming content, but maybe finance, you have it more restricted. Maybe not the best idea for you to put your revenue projections in ChatGPT or an OpenAI model. And then whatever tools you do approve, obviously make sure that they're tied on to some type of single sign-on or MFA, that they're logged. Todd Smith mentioned in an earlier session about shadow AI. So we've seen how that use explodes when access isn't controlled. So Mikey, do you have any ideas how you could control access to AI tools?
Well, I think the first thing is to frame it properly. So you don't treat AI tooling like you would email or Google search. They're a little bit more, let's see, what's a good word? I don't want to say nefarious, but there's potential to be misused or misunderstood or provide false information. So you have to treat it with a little bit more, I guess, respect. And doing that by giving least privilege access to those tools is a good starting place. And obviously, you're going to have to open up those controls when you understand the environment of your employees and their needs more. Like we at DNS Filter just this morning, we had a very large group discussion that evolved into like what tools are AI and what are not AI, because every tool has AI now. So that was a pretty difficult conversation that we're going to have to figure out. So I'm sure you guys are right there with us. Like, what is an AI tool? Is it Gemini or is it HubSpot that has a AI component? So that's a big conversation, but limiting that access by default. And like you said, enforcing the same stuff you normally would on any other account by default, but then look for further ways to secure those environments by judging the output from them with a bit more scrutiny than usual.
Yeah, absolutely. So that kind of covers, identity and access controls and making sure the right people have access to the right data and the right tools, which leans into the data governance playbook I mentioned earlier. The second pillar that I wanted to talk about is data controls, right? So one thing that is huge is really defining what data you're dealing with. You can define kind of a red list or of data like PII, PHI, if there's any financials, intellectual property, anything that can't or shouldn't be entered into external AI, and make sure that your teams know about it. Todd Smith mentioned in his earlier presentation about data loss prevention. We're available, which you can absolutely use those tools to help refine that, and also make sure that the right people, again, have access to the right data. But encourage people to anonymize what they can when they're using generative AI. So instead of typing something like John Smith's claim history, they could say something like a customer with 3 previous claims, it's the same kind of learning benefit, but it doesn't violate potential privacy risk.
Yeah, also along those lines, look for tools that that promote that you as a business customer can have the ability to have like their AI not train on your data. So we have agreements like this with Gemini and ChatGPT, and it's relatively easy to say like, yeah, we don't want you to train on our AI. Now, it is true that basically anything you put on the internet is public. And it is also true that OpenAI or Google or whoever, Anthropic, could take our data and do things nefarious with it. But we do have a legal binding agreement with them that if they do that, we have some recourse. So seek tools out that at least market that they do protect your data. And you actually mentioned local AI versus external AI, which is a good thing to kind of dive into. You can run all these AI infrastructures locally, even on your laptop most of the time, or a more powerful server that your team has access to. So that is an option you should look into as well.
Yeah, so Mikey brings up a good point around vetting the AI vendors, right? So a lot of our clients and even Center, right, we're held to compliance expectations and standards. One thing you can do with AI is make sure that you're vetting your vendors, requiring things like a SOC 2 report or an ISO 27001 report on a regular basis. And of course, with the new Texas regulations coming out in January 1st, you can actually request evidence of that HB or House Bill 149 compliance clause into that, and make sure you're updating it every year, right? Go back to your vendors, make sure that they've got some type of SOC 2 compliance or ISO 27001, some type of compliance documentation so that you know who you're feeding any data into, that they're being proper and custodians of that data.
I feel like we're getting close to time here, Belinda. You want to wrap it up so we can save some?
We are. Yeah, we are. So big picture, obviously, is trust but verify. That's how we got here, right? Supply chain compromises that Mikey mentioned earlier, MCP impersonations, AI hallucinations, those are all rooted in misplaced trust. And zero trust that we've been talking about isn't about just saying no to AI, right? It's about saying yes, but doing it responsibly. We want to embrace the innovation, just, put some guardrails to protect your business around it. So when you leave today, we encourage you to ask your teams a question when you go back to your employees and your workforce, and ask them, do you really know where your data is going when you use AI, and can you prove it? Right? I mentioned earlier a data governance playbook. Make sure that you've got it documented. Make sure you have some type of acceptable use policy that addresses AI, so you can attest to that with your cyber insurance renewals and compliance and third-party risk assessments. It's really important to know where your risk lies, so you don't get caught with potential, legal ramifications or trade business secrets out there in the open. On that, Allie, do we have any questions we need to go over?
Yes.
I got one.
Oh, let's hear it, James.
No, go with what they got on the chat first.
Where can I get a good template for an AI use policy or data governance playbook rather than starting from scratch?
You're going to love this answer. Ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, saw that coming.
Sorry.
Well, I think we might actually be able to help with that one step further. He's not wrong. If that is a good place to start. We would have said 2 years ago, Google it and see what comes up. Our Robert Nettles, who was on last, he's on next coming up. He'd be happy, I believe, to help with the template as well. So if that is something you're serious about, Allie, pass their name over to us and we'll make sure Robert gets it.
Yeah, with AI,
to.
we really are all becoming editors, and you need an editor that's still an expert on the subject, like Center. So,
True. Another question we have is, how can small or mid-sized companies implement zero trust with AI without big budgets?
well, I would just start with it. It's hard. So, zero trust is like a mindset, a cultural shift. The step-by-steps to implement is to maybe start with one area of the business, turn off turn off access that you know you can. Like me, for instance, do I need access to our DNS filters, HubSpot, or Salesforce account? Probably not. Turn that off. So just like you would with anything else, see who needs access to which tools, and you're going to have to be a bit methodical. And zero trust is a process, not a one-time thing. It's a continuous effort.
Allie, were there more
Awesome.
questions?
Thank you. No, that's it for today.
Well, I got one still. So, Mikey, I mentioned it at the very beginning. Tell the group about the podcast you run and where they can find it.
So it's DNS Unfiltered. You can find it on YouTube. That's the easiest place. Just type it in, all one word. It's really fun. We've been able to interview some great guests, some like people in cybersecurity, some managed service providers like James here, and the center team, and then also some kind of tech luminaries like the guy who invented the world's most popular database, some other things like that. But yeah, it's really, really great. Listen, check it out on YouTube.
Yeah, maybe my favorite part of it is we agreed an awesome swap. It was fun for me to be on a remote podcast, but Mikey had to maybe step up his game a little bigger and come in town for a hot wing challenge. You guys have seen hot ones before, but there's us with the Houston backdrop and just killing ourselves in the Houston summer heat with hotter and hotter wings. Allie, they're showing off one of the flavors, and yeah, boy, that was a warm day, wasn't it, Mikey?
Yeah, it was fun though. It's
Yeah,
funny, the team at DNS Filter is like, man, James was really suffering at the end there, but you look great.
What? You're so tan.
I probably was dying.
No, we were both dying.
That was a fun time. We have another one of those hot tech talks coming up. Stay tuned by looking at our events page on who our next guests are going to be. Belinda, Mikey, thank you both for doing this. That was an excellent rundown. The next group we have, actually, I can't do that yet because Allie wants to do another drawing.
James, I'm so excited. Calm down.
I just want to win one.
Thank you all for attending this webinar, this session today. The winner for this round is Mikey. Come on, help me out. Caleb Del Rio will be in contact with you about how you can claim this prize.
Excellent. Thanks, Allie. Belinda, Mikey, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, just to stay on schedule, we're going to go ahead and jump into the 12 o'clock session, golden rules of building a solid, acceptable use policy for AI. I remember when I was a kid growing up, I wanted to grow up to be someone who got to talk about golden rules of building a solid, acceptable use policy for AI. So I'm really excited, Robert, that I'm getting to live this out, a childhood dream. So Robert Nettles, who is part of our earlier opening for our session. Robert, you've got a fun guest today with us from our Microsoft partner, SureWeb. Baba, I'm told I should try to say your full name. I'm worried about insulting you. Should I try it? Should I give it a
Baba is fine.
Baba's fine. Perfect. Bobby, you're joining us from the SureWeb team. Where are you calling in from? Are you in Canada?
Yes, I'm in Ottawa.
You're in Ottawa? Well, you, I think, win the prize for most travel to be on today's event. So thank you for coming in all the way from Ottawa. Robert, I'll leave the communication or conversation to you. Feel free to chime back in if you need something from us, and we'll jump back up and help.
Well, no, James, if it's your lifelong dream to talk about golden rules for AI, I mean, we shouldn't take that away from you.
I want to do it so bad. No, Robert, you know this better than I do. They don't want to hear me talk on it.
Yeah, no, that's funny. I really timely question, Tim, from the last talk with Belinda and Mikey about how do you put that together. The whole genesis for bringing Baba in and kind of talking about this is when I came on board, there were a lot of questions from some of our customers on how do we get acceptable use policy together? How do we look at the 4 pillars that Belinda was just talking about and turn them into a policy, turn them into a program, minimize our risk think through how do we educate our customers. And so I put together, some golden rules for using AI to distribute to your staff, something to think through for how to use it. I also took some policies from NIST. I have a default policy, and then I also wrote it for what that would look like if you customized it for a really progressive company, a really conservative company, because the same template can go so wildly different. And that's where talking with Baba today, and with what you're seeing with where you are, as we're kind of continuing that conversation about what it is to kind of live in this trust but verify age with AI, what it is to have these things that come out where it's so easy to type into ChatGPT and just say, give me a sample policy for a company that is, manufactures valves and has 400 employees, and it can pop out something that looks really usable. But what is, from your eyes, what is this balance that we need to kind of establish with when we're looking at something and with where we are?
Thank you, Robert. So that, I think, is the first golden rule for any effective AI AUP. You want to balance enablement with protection. Now, if you build an AUP and people circumvent it, then you failed. If you build an AUP and it's super permissive, then you've also failed. I think the art of building a very progressive, a very great AI AUP is somewhere in the middle. And it will differ for every organization based on their risk appetite, the industry they're in, and other factors. And, again, speaking to that, one of the reasons why we must have an AI AUP is because AI is completely different from what we're used to traditionally. Acceptable use policies before we used to use for static technologies, email, internet, browsing, file sharing. AI is different. It can learn, it can generate, it can process data, it can hallucinate. There's so many things that can go wrong from all these processes.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing to think through, because it's not something you can really put a box around, like
Yep.
one of your on-premise solutions, or even earlier cloud solutions that are clearly defined with the scope of what they're delivering. This is really a choose your own adventure type system that could process and handle data. One of the things that I'm really interested in as you're kind of looking at that balance is how we really get to what the company shouldn't be actually doing with these systems. And I know that gets to kind of the why and the what and the how. I've dealt with it a couple different ways, but I'll give you a chance to kind of give your preference first, and let's kind of see where this goes.
Thank you, Robert. For a lot of people, for a lot of organizations, and I've seen this out there, the temptation is to go grab a template from the internet, scribble a few things into it, and hey, we have an AI policy, and down the line, you find out that nobody's following it, enforcement is inconsistent, and the organization is more exposed than it was before. So my second this time is ask yourself as an organization, why do I want to write this policy? What am I looking to achieve? What are the things that as an organization that is driving us to do this? Are we preventing IP leakage? Are we trying to make sure that AI generated content meets quality requirements? Are you worried about bias in your AI solutions? These are things that, you want to look at as an organization. And those, I think, are the reasons, one of the biggest drivers as to the question why. Back to you, Robert.
Yeah, and the interesting thing for me is in my previous role working for an international company, it was dealing with I was getting the why not a lot of times. It's we can do this. This can really help us engage with our customers. It frees up a lot of time. And I found myself increasingly over and over in playing the bad guy on this, just saying, well, there's, the EU AI Data Act, there is, this regulation, there are these privacy implications, and really having to hone in on the should we rather than the why not question on a lot of this AUP issues with the AI, which really changes the story. And it kind of sucks to be the bad guy in these situations, but it really helps the business dive in on what is the key solution we're solving. And we've been solving it with people or technology, and how could this make that experience better rather than it's available, we can, let's just do it. And one of the big problems I was having, with having to have those conversations with regulations is just how do you really classify your data? How do you kind of organize the information that's going to be fed into these systems and walk down that path of, having your data register, keeping it up to date, looking at the tools of where it goes. And then with your static systems, it's a pretty easy thing, because I know for this vendor, we're feeding them through the API, these data sets, those are tied to these users who live in these regions. I know what my consumer rights are in these areas, and then you're able to hit that. But as soon as you move into these AI tools that are a little more amorphous, they are going cross platforms, and it's harder to tie it to individual vendors. How do you see this classification issue as it's kind of evolving from a one-to-one to more of a one-to-many?
Yeah, Robert. So this leads again to another very important rule, which I would recommend for organizations that are building out their AI AUP, which is implementing a risk-based classification system for AI tools and use cases. And I'll expatiate further with that. A lot of organizations want us to just tell them, hey, you can use this tool, you cannot use this tool. From what I've seen and from what is happening across organizations, you can't just tell users, hey, you can use this tool, you can't use that tool. You have to explain to them the reason why. And I'll use ChatGPT as an example. If I have an organization, let's say organization X, the question my employees are going to be asking, hey, can I use ChatGPT? But in reality, that is not the right question, or that's not the right question. I think the right question is, what are you using it for? What data is going into it? What are you doing with outputs? How are you integrating that into your workflows? So using ChatGPT to brainstorm, for instance, for marketing slogans with no company data or anonymized company data, I think is very different from using it to draft legal contracts. And those are completely different risk profiles. So I always suggest a classification framework. And I break them down into 4 levels for the tools. We have the enterprise sanctioned. We have vetted for specific use cases. We have used with caution, and we have prohibited. Now, I'll break those down as well. Enterprise sanction tools, obviously a lot of us know about Microsoft Copilot for Microsoft 365. Those are tools that have gone through your procurement process, the security has been reviewed, contracts are in place for data processing, and they're supported by IT. There's a lot of broad usage, and you understand the guardrails that are there. Then there's vetted for specific use cases, like I mentioned. For developers, for instance, you might allow them to use GitHub Copilot, but only for developers. It won't be approved for the entire organization. Then there's use with caution, which is really important. And oftentimes, a lot of organizations overlook them when they're writing their AI AUP policies. You haven't really vetted them, but employees want to experiment with them. So again, are you going to allow them? If yes, hey, no proprietary data, no customer information, no PII, outputs must be verified. You cannot use it for final work without human review. So at this tier, you're asking your employees, hey, be innovative, but maintain your guardrails. Then the last tier, obviously, is the prohibited one. Tools with fundamental issues. There's one I know, I'm not going to mention its name, but hey, one of the core things is, hey, where is this from? Maybe from adversarial nations. And maybe they're trying to just use it to gather information. But again, when writing your policy, you need to be clear as to why it is prohibited and not just that it is. I hope that makes sense. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, it's moving away from just having a white and a black list and really giving that gradient on risk, which is what we really should be talking about here in the first place. So, I mean, that's fine and all to have kind of this classification and understanding, why you're doing this as a business and having that documented. But the challenge a lot of these tools provide is the people that are using it. It's not procurement, it's not IT. It's really putting some very powerful tools in the hands of the general end user, especially when even if we're looking at just specific security tooling, systems that can look through security events and really give analysts, data rich pieces to look through, so you're not sifting through garbage. If we have this classification in place, I mean, how do we have the oversight? What is the mechanism that we really need to think through next on how do we keep people inside those guardrails?
Yeah, so that speaks now to the accountability and governance. That's another very important piece when you're building an AI AUP. You want to establish clear governance structures. You want to establish accountability mechanisms. Now, without governance, your policy is just a piece of paper, actually. You need to document who's accountable for what. And in most cases, from what we're seeing in the industry, from building out AI AUPs for organizations, we'd like to recommend a 3-tier system. The first tier is we recommend that organizations establish an AI governance committee. Now, some organizations might be small, some might be medium, some might be enterprise, and in some organizations, people might be wearing multiple hats. We get that. But the AI Governance Council is key. And this should be at your executive level, should include your CIO, CTO, CISO, your legal team, your general counsel, and your chief privacy officer, if you have one. Then some business leaders, departmental heads, should be included as well. And the reason why they should be included is this AI Governance Council or committee is going to be the one determining policy. They're going to review AI deployments, and they're going to build out the governance of AI in the organization. So that is the first key governance structure to introduce accountability into the organization. The second one, again, another very important recommendation, which we're seeing in the industry and we would recommend for anybody building out an AI AUP, will be to open an AI program office, or we call it a center of excellence. Now, at this level, it's a cross-functional team. It's going to include your legal, compliance, security, anybody that will be handling your day-to-day governance. Obviously not the executive at this stage. So people that, hey, somebody is using an unapproved tool, they'll be the ones responsible for, hey, reaching out to the person, hey, you're using something you're not meant to be using. They also manage the day-to-day policy updates as the case may be. And again, they're responsible generally for the day-to-day management of the AI AUP. And then the third group, which is another level beyond them, we call them the AI ambassadors, champions, liaisons, whatever you want to name them. Now, these are people obviously embedded in different business units, but are very keen AI users. So in all organizations, we have those people that you just know that these guys love AI. They're out there doing stuff, you know, above and beyond what the average user is doing. You can go ask them questions, you know, and in most cases, those are the people you want to speak to when the average user has issues. You know, so those are the structures you need to put in place as an organization to implement governance and to introduce accountability.
Yeah, that is that is a helpful way of thinking through the governance with the multi-tiered level. Listening to that and just thinking through what we had just talked about with risk, with having, you know, the different classifications of your AI systems, that having that governance committee at the executive level lets the organization kind of set the risk tolerance and provide guidance for the program office where the real innovation and product selection is going to happen. I like the ability to have the guardrails, but push that enablement down, and then even using the champions then to make it happen down at the bottom level. That really would make things work. As we're thinking through this, so we've defined as an organization what are we doing, and we've thought through, okay, that's our purpose, and if this is how we're going to classify applications, and we have this governance process in place with the executives, we've got the program office, we've got the champions embedded. How do we really, what's an appropriate way to make sure that the rest of the end users are educated on this? Is this something we rely just on the champions for word of mouth? Do we have a formal program? Do we force yet another training on our staff? Like, how are you seeing this go on in the wild?
All right, thank you, Robert. Very important. The importance of this cannot be overstated. It is key in building out your AI, not only building out your AI AUP policy, but also making sure that it works. We've seen fantastic AI AUP policies fail because organizations did not invest in training and change management. You have to invest in training and change management. You know, your organization can mandate training, that's fine, you know, but they have to commit resources to making that training excellent. This is not going to be your average, hey, let's do a 30-minute video, everybody clicks through while checking email. No. There has to be substantial investment in building AI literacy across your organization. And again, for organizations, I will always recommend a multi-tiered approach. Foundational training as first. What is AI? What does it do? What are the risks when you use it? What does our organizational policy do at a high level? And then this foundational training needs to be engaging. It needs to use scenarios, examples, and then even engage people that have used approved AI tools so they can speak to, hey, this is what you can do, so that everybody has the foundational grasp of what AI is able to achieve. And then you move to the next level, which is role-specific training. Now, in the Copilot ecosystem, you'll see there's Copilot for marketing, Copilot for IT, and you'll see trainings here and there. In your organization, you want to follow the same path. So the training you're going to give for your developers that use GitHub Copilot, for instance, is different from what you're going to give to your marketing team that are just going to be selling your products and services. So you need to, again, after the foundational level, you need to do role-specific training. And then the next level is specialized training for high-risk AI use. And then that speaks to, hey, maybe Robert is developing an AI model that's going to be working on making decisions about people. You need to train them on, hey, what I'm doing, is there any bias implicitly in what I'm going to use to train the model? Am I not hiring people of a certain age, of a certain color, all that kind of stuff? So you have to do another level of specialized training, especially when you're dealing with decisions that involve people. Back to you, Robert.
To your
Yeah.
point, Baba. Oh, real quick, we have something from the chat about training people to really kind of become those experts in a ways. Riley was curious. She says, it's hard to say who is the AI expert as no one has decades of experience in AI. Other than just saying the guy who uses AI the most, how do you suggest classifying experts in a field that is in infancy? I know you briefly kind of touched on some of the trainings. What are some other potential ways we could classify someone as an expert?
Okay, thank you. So I'll use my organization as an example. We have bi-weekly Copilot meetings, right? Where everybody, and we have in my organization, we have 400 Copilot licenses. Everybody that uses Copilot are on those meetings. And in those meetings, we get to speak about, hey, how are you using Copilot? What are you doing with Copilot? So, and for AI, there are maturity levels. So for instance, I'm beyond the stage of using AI for just, hey, I want to summarize my email. I'm already doing agents. All right. So for instance, you will consider me as an ambassador. And in every team, you will find those type of people that doing that. That's what I said, that going above and beyond. Now, if your organization is not having those kind of calls, then that's a different scenario. I would encourage them to do, even if it's on a departmental level. You will find 1, 2, 3, 4 people that are doing or working with AI beyond the ordinary. Those become automatically, people gravitate to them, and they will become your AI ambassadors or champions.
Yeah, and Baba, I'm reminded of some of the work that I've had to do with looking through regulations and looking through where the organization is willing to accept risk when we're trying to decide on AI tooling. Much to what Riley is saying, we don't have people with decades of experience in AI, but just like with everything else in security, you'll have this new novel vulnerability that'll come up. And there are zero experts in the world on that vulnerability. But there are plenty of people that have dealt with patching. They've dealt with change management. They've dealt with end user acceptance testing. And you still pull the threads for all these different disciplines to then address this new vulnerability. And what I've dealt with in the past is working with the data scientists that are already on your projects for putting in data lakes and setting up your next generational database systems and doing all of the pseudo anonymization. And what you're talking with them is what tools are they looking at and thinking through, and then pulling from your privacy team, pulling from your legal counsel, what are the regulations that we have, what is coming up. So NIST just released the AI risk acceptancy framework about a year or so ago. And what we really see is a lot of times these risk frameworks will come out, and then 3, 4, 5 years later, there'll be some sort of legislation or regulation to follow it. And so you keep your eyes on these risk frameworks to then say, here's what the government is looking at and thinking through. Here's what is going on. When you tie this back to privacy, we had GDPR, which came out, and California a couple years later was looking at how do we address privacy, and they read from the GDPR pretty closely with what they had, and they expanded on a little bit. Brazil did the same thing with their privacy laws. Canada did the same thing with the CCPRA, which I always hated because I dealt with the CPRA in California and the CCPRA in Canada. But you can look at these different shadows on the ground with where regulation is moving, with where public acceptance is moving, and then make sure that your company is staying within that shadow. So if the risk tolerance is moving to where people don't want to talk to a chatbot or think that what they're saying to a chatbot will then be trained on responses, try to set up your AI solution so that they're trained on other material, and you can give that assurance to your customers that you're staying well within what they accept as acceptable beyond just what the law allows you to do. But tying that back in with what we were just talking about with training and change management, inevitably things will change.
Exactly.
And so you get a tool in place that it addresses your problems of yesterday. And the problems of today are not yet known. That's an adventure we haven't taken. So how do we deal with today and tomorrow, specifically with these acceptable use policies? I mean, we can talk about in the lens of AI, but it's really where the business will be. How do we deal with that improvement as time goes on with change and everything else?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. So adaptation. So for any brilliant AUP, you have to build in continuous review and adaptation mechanisms. It's absolutely critical. But when Copilot launched and where it is today, I always use Copilot. I'm a Microsoft evangelist. So I'm sorry if anybody is on the call and is always hearing me call Copilot. When Copilot came out and where it is today, the evolution has been phenomenal. So if you set up an AI policy and you don't build in those mechanisms to evolve, it's going to be obsolete in a couple of months. Again, the AI landscape is changing faster than any technology landscape we have ever seen before. So those are the things you need. Those are the controls you need to build into your AI AUP. Have quarterly reviews, maybe even monthly reviews at the minimum. But hey, monthly might be a stretch, especially for enterprise organizations. But at the minimum, quarterly reviews. Policy updates. Are there new tools that are out? Do we need to put them on any of our lists? what do we need to do, and then add version control to your policies so that people know, hey, this is the latest version, or we were using a former version before. And I see you, Ali. Go ahead, Robert.
Hi.
Hey.
No, this is
Well,
truly something where we could talk for easily another hour on, because I've got 3 or 4 more points I would just love to bring up right now and keep the conversation going.
if anyone would like to hear more information regarding this topic, please reach out to us and we will make sure Robert and Baba will provide tons of information and answer any other questions you guys may have. But for today, for this session, the winner of this amazing shirt and poster is going to be Riley. Thank you
Riley,
for
nice.
engaging with the chat and asking your questions. We'll be in contact with you on how to receive your prize.
Baba, man, you are a wealth of information. I love how you got that structured in your mind as lists and segmented into topics and subjects. Seems like maybe the biggest mistake companies can make is not following an appropriate sequence and developing out this acceptable use policy. That sequence seems like it's really important.
It is important. And thank you guys for having me.
Of course.
Hopefully this is going to push other people into doing the needful when they're developing their AIUP policies.
Yeah, I would agree. I hope the same. Robert, before you joined on the last one, people were asking about how do we get started on like documenting and writing out our own. Mikey had recommended put it into Chat GPT and get what you want out of it. Baba, you said the opposite. Everyone's going different directions. I say turn to Robert. Robert Nettles will share any of ours in Word document form, so you can just edit whatever you want and make changes, right, Rob?
Yeah, there's definitely resources that can help. It's unfortunately not something you can just drop what works really good at one company into another.
Into another,
Baba was
right?
talking about that. Every company has a different risk tolerance, a different set of systems they're working with. It's not rocket science, but it's something you need to really think what's right for you.
Baba, you may expose certain tools to development. Center is not exposing those tools to me. It's unfortunate. So, Baba, Robert, thanks again. Appreciate y'all's time. Guys, we're at a point for another break. So take some time, catch up on email. We're going to rejoin here at 1. Ali, do me a favor. Let's throw up that whiskey event one more time. Just a reminder, the next portion that we're going to enjoy celebrating the National Cybersecurity Month is that webinar, the whiskey event. So yeah, if you want to throw it back up, Ali, great. If not, no big deal. In the meantime, we'll see y'all at 1 o'clock. Thanks, guys. What's up, Steve?
Hello, James. Good to
Good
talk
to
with
see you.
You
Yeah.
too.
I love the way we wrote this one out. It's in special guest. I was curious who your special guest was. What's up, Eric?
Hello, hello. Am I the special guest? I
So
don't want to
special.
be. Oof,
So special.
that's
I
pressure.
don't know what everyone else does during their breaks, but we were discussing how relatively new movies in my lifetime are classics to the younger generation. And we still use lines from those movies, and the younger generation thinks we made up these great lines. So, like, think Wedding Crashers. There's a whole bunch of funny lines in that movie, but now that's a classic. I can't believe that.
There's a
Y'all
lot
have
of
a
things
favorite?
that are classic to me. Anybody below 40 kid, and yeah, old movies are not that old to me.
Steve, do you have a favorite movie line you find yourself repeating all the time?
I don't, but I'm one of those that I'm always looking for a movie line to fit a situation instead of,
Yeah.
like, oh, I should insert this little quote here.
You could get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it.
That's where I was going to go. As a salesperson, Tommy Boy resonates quite
Tommy
a bit.
Boy. There's no guarantee on the box, Eric.
I love that one.
Well, hey, so to the group, let's keep it fun. I don't think we have a poll for this, but if you have a favorite classic movie line that you start to realize maybe the group around you isn't as aware of it, one of the ones I like to throw around every once in a while is it's too damn hot for a penguin to be just walking around. Sometimes people don't know why I'm saying that one. So if you got a favorite, throw it in the chat. I'd love to relive some of those movie lines. It's great. The chat already, Sarah, that was you. Wonderful. Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, so Steve, let's jump in. The evolution of ERPs and today's built-in security features. Well, that's pretty broad. That's a lot to talk about. I hope you're up for this task.
Sure, I'm up for it. And I think one way to start that part is to kind of talk about where we're coming from and kind of some of the things that we still have to deal with when we're talking how we're going to solve, for somebody's ERP security questions. And as we know, where we're coming from in most cases is an older legacy system, an on-premise system, a system that's being managed by another provider that we don't really know what their capabilities are.
Mhm.
And sometimes not knowing who the players are, who the partners are, who's done the coding. And we've seen this in the past. A lot of my prior history with doing Dynamics and even other applications, seeing almost with the ERP, almost like a set it and forget it kind of mentality of the IT guys are very concerned about everything, but when they don't understand an area, and often your core IT people don't understand what's happening in the ERP, and there's good reason because it's very specialized and it takes different talent. But then they kind of like are trying their best, but not understanding all the risk, all of the capabilities, or sometimes locking it too tight. But that's a common problem with, I think, the legacy scenarios. And we've had some really bad, I've had a few of these, but one in particular I could say as far as kind of the worst cases, because again, ERP sometimes is kind of the target of ransomware because they want to lock that data because they know the data is almost, I know email is important, but getting data, when you lock in someone's data and they can't process bills and they can't do their work. But we have one where it was legacy on premise. It was sort of hybrid. They had a hosting provider, but everything got locked up, and they worked and fought with the IT provider and different groups for over a month. Finally, brought us in, and unfortunately, all we could do at that point was help them start over in a new system, which we did. But the impact to the business was, I think 6 months later, they were out of business. They were effectively down a month, and they were pretty small. So it's very unfortunate, scenario, but unfortunately, it's not that uncommon when you still see some of these, on-premise or legacy solutions. So where that moves us to as far as the evolution side is, where are we at now? Well, with, what we really work on currently is Business Central. Business Central is a Microsoft ERP product that lives in the Microsoft cloud. It's in Microsoft Azure managed. From my perspective as a solution architect and talking with prospects about, when the questions come up about security, when questions come up about the platform, it's still an important conversation, but from my perspective, it's a lot shorter conversation because I know I've got the resources of, well, this is in the Microsoft cloud. I've got resources available, and I think Eric can probably speak to this a little bit more, but there's resources there available for Microsoft to say, here's the audits that we go through. Here's what happens with our data centers, things that I can just easily, quickly turn over to those that are asking so they have confidence in what we're delivering. And so it's, for us, it's a lot less concern about the infrastructure because we have Microsoft handling that, and we can focus more on cybersecurity from inside the application. I know what you have some thoughts there, Eric, on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. And look, thanks for making me the special guest. I hope it's an opportunity to live up to the title. So for one thing, just a quick introduction. So I sit on the partner solutions team at Microsoft, and what that generally means is I look after our partner ecosystem in a customer segment where most customers don't have a dedicated account team at Microsoft, right? So if you're Bank of America or Coca-Cola, you've got an awful lot of people at Microsoft calling on you. And then there's a managed segment where there's account executive specialists, technical specialists, but the majority, in fact, globally, 99% of Microsoft customers don't have a dedicated account team. So folks like Center are the pre-sales, sales, evaluation, selection, implementation, support for us. And I support that ecosystem, right? Work with Center quite a bit. So I see and hear, these stories that you're talking about, Steve, right? Like these customers that end up on an island. And look, Microsoft is doing this ourselves right now. So we've announced the end of life and end of security patches for one of our legacy on-prem products, Microsoft GP, Great Plains, if you're familiar with it. And it certainly does expose customers to trouble. And I would share two things. Number one, I loved your statement about the bad actors, like ERP and financials. Two things. Number one, it's important personal data of a business that bad actors are trying to get their hands on. And then if you're in supply chain, if you're in distribution, being able to lock up that system and prevent you from shipping product or invoicing your vendors or customers or paying your vendors puts you in a position from ransomware that you're in a bad spot at that point. So I think that this is a key opportunity to talk about ERP, and I know of one in particular, one more reason why you'd want to be modern, and this is one that I actually saw recently, and this was kind of a scary one, but the customer was actually on AX4. So Exapta is another one of our old legacy on-prem solutions. AX4 is really, really, really old. And they ended up getting a ransomware attack, and it required getting, it's been out of support, out of patching or anything from Microsoft for years. And they had to track down an architect that could handle rebuilding AX4 from the ground up. And that resource and that just project in itself was incredibly expensive. So not only are you at risk with ransomware and all the things that can hurt your business, but then standing it back up can be devastating if you're not on a modern system. So appreciate you having me on. I mean, I do think that we can talk about our modern cloud and how Business Central is built on our secure platform with Azure. It certainly is an interesting topic to see, again, a poll just popped up, what people are using, if they're in the cloud on ERP already, what their thoughts are on-prem and all the things that might be exposed when you are on-prem. So I'll pause and let you take on, Steve.
Sure. Yeah. And that, as you're mentioning, kind of the Microsoft cloud in some of these legacy systems, it also kind of reminds me of thinking for people to think about what is included in ERP. And so sometimes we just think about just the application, like, is it GP? Is it BC? Is it Sage? What is it? And knowing, but not really thinking about, do I have some kind of integration middleware that's running? Do I have some kind of API that's connecting data? I still see this even now where everything is very locked down and security conscious, but they use maybe an external billing system or an external AP automation payment process system or something. And the customer is doing file transfers to import or export data. And that's not necessarily bad in of itself. And they may think, oh, that's no problem. I'm using SFTP. It's secure. It's encrypted, all of these things. But then when you dig a little further, sometimes we find, well, wait, that data came out of one system, you put it on this shared drive somewhere, then you moved it somewhere else, then you brought it in. What about all these intermediate points that you think are okay, and maybe they're protected as far as the outside world is concerned, like everything else that the IT team is doing is protecting the business. But now we're talking about more from, I wouldn't say these are bad actors necessarily, but now the data is exposed in a way where we didn't know that more people could see these files than we thought. It kind of gets back, we've heard this morning, I heard a lot of conversations about AI and data that's out there and what's not out there. But sometimes it's as simple as, again, not everybody except the people that have built the ERP maybe even know that this is there, but then if they're not done correctly, you've got what you think is secure, but you've got super critical, important data that you don't want touched, manipulated, or even seen. Sometimes it's sitting in these intermediate points on its way into the ERP system. It's very safe when it's in there, but in transit, sometimes we see that challenge too. And so for that scenario, there are, say, cloud versions of these integration tools too, and cloud versions to make sure that when files are being moved, that nothing is exposed, and we've done the extra work to make sure that they're not sitting in a place where they shouldn't be. Because again, it's not necessarily a bad actor, but it could be accidental or just prying eyes internally that don't need to touch or see that data.
It was interesting, Steve, you brought up the AI topic too. As a Microsoft employee, I think I'm obligated to say Copilot a couple of times on this call. So Copilot 10 times just so I hit my quota of mentioning it. But at least with Business Central, we do have Copilot built in as a interface, and Copilot chat, of course, is free. And the security within Copilot is grounded in the M365 tenant security as well. Yeah.
I can't tell if you got something in your throat or if your signal's getting lost, but you're starting to really get pretty choppy.
Okay.
You think, or did you walk outside to enjoy the day?
Let me mess with the.
Sounding okay on my side, James.
Yeah, maybe it was you, James.
Steve, what'd you say?
It's sounding good on my end. Maybe it's on your end. Am I sounding bad too?
Steve's saying it sounds good on his end, so it might just be. Yeah, it might be the entire production crew here in Houston and not you guys. So,
okay, I'll just keep going then.
Oh, there, yep. Nora's saying choppy on her end as well. Let's just take a deep breath and make sure that bandwidth catches up. That's how internet works, right?
Yeah. Let me know if I need to kill video stream if it's something with my wireless. But if you feel good, we can keep going, James.
Steve, I think you were a bit choppy to me as well. Can you test that?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Eric, you sound good, James, and so does Eric. So,
yep.
But it could be up and down. And Eric and I are not.
I'm hearing some are chiming in saying it sounds fine. Okay. Well, hey, since most of the audience is saying it sounds fine, I'm going to go ahead and assume it has something to do with the Houston network. So, Steve, let's try to pick back up. I will tell you there is a question that Todd put in there about security. We'll come back to that once the Houston team's back. Sorry, apologies guys for interrupting.
Yeah, no problem. I think Eric was going into and let you pick back up there, but talking about Copilot in BC and how it's walled off and some things like that, I think are very important.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a little bit of a plug, shameless for Copilot in itself versus other AI tools. But we are building it within the platform, and to your point, Steve, like. This is now then, using the data loss prevention, the privacy, the compliance, all of the same governance that you've got in your tenant for M365 across Copilot, and then of course across Business Central as well. So I think, as much as we want to be a single solution, sometimes we do have those other applications which are contributing to the business, and at least when from an AI standpoint, we can help keep that locked down from a security lens. Yep.
Right. And I mean, there are some features too that I would say from Copilot point of view, if you think like an internal auditor, you think about someone that's kind of evaluating this from not from the necessarily a technical point of view, but from a now if we talking about how people use ERP, like what are some of the ways that I can have AI help me see if there's problems with my data, see if there's problems with my accounting, and it's not so much again like a bad actor or a security concern, but maybe kind of starting moving into, of course, we want to have the structure of our ERP system. The right people have the right access to the right data, and that's very secure and locked down. But then there's other issues of what can we do that helps data integrity. And so I know it's not necessarily cybersecurity threats, but I kind of think of it in terms of, again, this is super important inside the application, and people that are security minded need to be thinking about, and we see this too from, there's been a few deals just in the last year where we've had either a large company buy a smaller company, and that parent company is either a public company or has very strict IT controls that you wouldn't necessarily expect to see at a smaller company. Or we've had a couple of them where venture capital backed money wanted to put into place things at the right level. And so they specifically choose products like Business Central, not just for the back end, but because we have things like, we got change logs, workflow, audit trails. You might think of those as accounting controls, but they're also helping with security, right? Data security, but also just people security, doing the right things. And I know there's a few things you have to kind of learn how to use it. And like Copilot MBC, for example, helps you analyze your data, look for anomalies, look for problems. Again, you might think of that as an accounting thing, but it's moving in the direction of, let me feel more secure about, if I see a spike, I see a problem, something unusual happens, I can see a path in the future, I think, where Copilot, even MVC, is going to start helping me understand my data, and if there has been a problem that somebody didn't pick up.
Yeah. Steve, you've kind of put some light bulbs off in my head, and I'm going to try to talk through them logically. But the first one is sort of that blurred line of compliance along with security, right? So if you have to follow SOC, if you have to follow HIPAA, if you have to follow high trust, if you've got anything with the government, you get into FedRAMP and DFARS, like all of those compliance requirements. The good thing, at least from a cloud standpoint with Microsoft, is we have the Trust Center. So it's a public facing site with all of those compliance documentation when we've gone through the last approvals, and you can access all of that. And then you can actually get into the security center within your tenant as well. So there's this blurred line, right? Like, so there's the things that Microsoft is doing to help our end customers meet the compliance requirements that they have. Some of those are rooted in security. So it's not just the actual security of the platform itself, but the tools that you're using. But then you get into the user piece of it too, right? So how do we start to be secure in the system from a authentication, from an access, what objects, tables, reports, data do I have as a user? So not necessarily an external bad actor, but you said an internal, right? Whether you're intending to be an internal bad actor or not, but someone with access to certain data that they shouldn't have to. And all of those controls, are available within Business Central.
When we were talking yesterday, you used the word obey in the context of, Business Central has to obey M365. And I thought that was interesting to put it into perspective of course, we've got our own process type security in BC on what I can do on a page and what I can process. But I thought it was interesting to think about, we're inheriting all of the other controls that somebody is setting. So that's so important on how they need to work together.
Yep.
Okay. A couple of other things, just kind of going along those lines then of kind of the internal use. So there's we hear a lot about phishing, right? And there's a lot of training on phishing attacks and things. And there's always the example, of, you get the text from this supposed CEO to wire money and things like that. And so, and we all seen those scenarios. And of course that is relevant to ERP, but then there's also just things that are similar to that are not necessarily an external, like a pretend email from a CEO or something like that. But again, if people get access into ERP, so now it's even more dangerous, right? Of saying, getting that access into ERP, because ERP is a target, and then ERP users in particular are a target, is where, again, it might even look like things have been set up in the system. So that'd be the worst case scenario, I think. And I've only heard a few of those cases, but I have heard a few scenarios out there where somebody's made it all the way into your system and has knowledge of that type of system and can then start doing transactions. It's pretty rare, but it's kind of like the scary worst case scenario. Again, that's where those controls of what we mentioned earlier, BC users obeying what M365 can do, and also then just the analytics that we can do with the change log and with the segregation of duties, things that some of this again becomes what are the accounting controls that we can do. But I think that's a big overlap in there to, again, prevent what if someone has made it inside, and how do you identify those, especially in a high volume scenario, how do you identify those transactions?
Yeah, well, I think it's also critical to look at it from I'm trying to think of the movie quote here since we kicked off this session with movie quotes, but I think it's something like you're out of your element, right? I think that's a Big Lebowski quote. Yeah, Big Lebowski, you're out of your element, right? So I mean, I would never accuse an end customer or prospect of being out of their element, but I think it's the important of folks like you, Steve, in doing this design and implementation and support and building those business processes out within an ERP like Business Central, right? To put those controls in from a business process so someone can't just place an order for 1,000 widgets and ship it out on their own without an approval process. So someone can't sell something for under a landed cost or for free and ship it out without control. So, not that a typical accountant or controller or even person in IT who's setting up the accounting system would want those things to happen, but you've got the experience to put those checks and balances in from a business process to make sure those things don't happen. So, you've got everything from physical security to the technical security to, user security, all of these things up to and including business process, just to make sure the checks and balances are there from a business process standpoint.
Right. And we also see some of that, and you're right, as far as our implementation team role. I mean, it is part of our role, having had some of us are ex-accountants, some of us are just business people or operations, but knowing those kind of scenarios that could happen. And we are definitely recommending a best practice of, the tools there. It's not just BC. Most cloud tools are going to have the capability to help you watch for those things. Some are going to do it more automated than others. But we advise on that, whenever we see those. And then one of those that's similar, especially at the higher volumes, is if we have customers, for example, that are selling to big box retailers, like somebody that's selling to Walmart, well, likely then they're using EDI, which is electronic data interchange. Basically, it's a little bit old school, but think of it just like electronic documents that say, I want to buy and sell things. Well, in that scenario, again, it's so critical that when you're doing that or evaluating it with what your team's doing or working with a partner, that, okay, how is this being set up? That always involves some type of communication between the provider that's interacting with, say, Walmart, or interacting with a trading partner. How is that set up? And what happens if, some crazy size order comes through and there's not a mechanism to catch it? It's fully automated, right? Now you may be on the back end of one of these, if it got intercepted, or if even in some cases it's just, it's unintentional. But yeah, those are things that we look at when we're helping set up the system. And we're always very cognizant of, and this is important too, when a customer from the ERP side will often come to us. I mean, they are obviously asking about, how do I use Copilot? How do I use this? When should I start using agents, or when should I use this? But a common scenario would be, okay, I want to do AP automation, which is a faster way, a more efficient way to process paying your bills, essentially accounts payable, paying your bills. Well, there's so many tools out there, and you sometimes have people evaluating those. Part of our role is evaluating those from, okay, most of them are cloud-based, do something, and then it interacts with BC. So again, it's kind of the flip side of we're helping customers, advising them on what do we know about that product that you think you want to use, or what have we, here's the one that we've vetted out for you. And again, the same thing in reverse. Okay, what is their clouds? What does their security look like? What is their team? What are their certs? And so we're doing that at the same time. Again, it's not just that core application that you have, but it's these complementary ones that your team needs to be aware of and vetting as they do the entire group.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, as much as I would love to say Business Central solves all problems for all companies, there's going to be product gaps based on industry or just specific business process. So we're going to need those third-party ISVs that fill those gaps. And again, your experience as a partner in saying, okay, there's 6 AR automation or AP automation ISVs out there. Here are the 2 that we're confident will fill the gap and fit within the BC ecosystem from a security standpoint, from a governance standpoint. It's super important.
Right. All right. Looking at my notes here, James, I think I might have hit my notes. Did we have any? I didn't see if we had any questions.
Yeah, let's just talk more movie quotes, Eric.
Yeah. I mean, we appear to be about the same generation of movies. I've heard you say Happy Gilmore. We aligned on Big Lebowski. So I think that we would excel if that was the topic.
Yeah, I think Adam Sandler and Farley and Will Ferrell, they groomed us into watching movies with the intent of memorizing specific lines, not
Right.
for enjoyment. Ali, I have not been watching the chat as closely for questions. I know there was one around security, and if I could interpret it right, Eric, I think it had a lot more to do with the disguise of security. If IT directors or those in charge of the solution for ERP question, is it secure? Instead of giving specifics on how it's secure, it's just a blanket statement. Like, oh yeah, we got you. You're secure. I guess, do you have advice, Steve or Eric, on how do you question or what do you look into to ensure that what you're investing in is secure?
Yeah, I saw the question, and I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer it off the cuff, but I kind of get the
Eric, you're more qualified than I am.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
that means
So
something.
I'm gonna stab at sort of a punt, right? So I'm stabbing at a punt here, and what I'll say is, I think the question was, hey, Microsoft's got a ton of security in their data centers, both
Yeah.
from a network, from a routing, from a storage, from all of this stuff. What is it? And I think the general response is people like Microsoft and maybe even Microsoft themselves say, well, we're not going to tell you, we're not going to let you access it, we're not going to let you play with that. And I think generally that's a little bit accurate, right? We don't want all of our security secret sauce to be necessarily exposed, but I also think there is a ton of documentation available. So I mentioned the Trust Center, and then Steve, I think you've got details on some of the actual stuff that could be in the tenant itself from a security standpoint. Like, are we getting down to, this is the firewall we use, or is this the antivirus we use? I mean, I think you can probably assume a lot of the stuff is Microsoft that we use, but I'm sure there's some more, and we may not expose all that. So I get it, right? And I think that there's probably a deeper dive to be had on how it's done from an architectural standpoint. And I've seen, technical folks from our partner ecosystem and from Microsoft show that, right? Like, they'll show the design and how it's done. But I don't know if we really let end customers or even partners into the software itself, right? So we are in charge of all the scaling and all of the hardware and everything that's in there. We're in charge of the code. We don't expose the code. In fact, Steve can speak deeper to this, but we extend the application so it can be customized to fit certain needs, but it's not like core code type stuff. So
we're really big focused on, at least my opinion is focused on the weak links here.
That's what they call me.
That. Yeah, I get that the question. I get that you want to know how Microsoft's doing it, and there's some information, but not a lot. But I'm really concerned about that link between something that's interacting or files that are coming, because we can import, export file. We can do so many things. Those are, to me, are kind of the security weaknesses, or if they're not handled properly. Everybody thinks things fine because we're using VC, but then we find out someone is dropping a file somewhere on a location that they shouldn't. That's part of what we're looking at when we're helping them build the system out. And also if we come in and take over a system to help, from another partner, we're kind of evaluating that and evaluating the flow and looking for those kind of points.
Yeah, that was strong, Steve. Eric, thank you. You may not feel like you're qualified, but I think that was a strong answer. So, guys, we are kind of wrapping up on this topic. Allie, I know you're eager to do another giveaway. Do you want to jump in now and do that?
Yes, I hope everyone can hear me. Apologies, I'm having some technical issues. And I hope I'm saying this correct. The winner for this round, Basil, thank you so much for your insight on the amazing importance of coffee. I feel like that deserves a great shirt and a poster. So you guys can see my screen. But we'll be in contact with you on how to get this to you.
Excellent. Allie, thank you. Eric, Steve, again, really appreciate it. It's not something that everyone's considering in the evolution of ERP systems, but is interesting to think about where this is now kind of merging into all of our other licensing, where people that inside the customers we support who have not been part of ERP discussions are now being forced into making sure it's secure and effective at the same time. So thank you all for doing that with us.
Yep. Thank you. Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
Cheers. 1:30 means that we are about to start our final session. Thank you guys for powering through and doing this long workshop with us. I'm excited to introduce to you all for the third time today, CISO at Center Technologies, Mr. Robert Nettles. Okay, y'all hold your applause then, if y'all don't all want to clap. Robert, you have a big task here, the 2025 cyber threats to local businesses and 26 cyber threat predictions with Ernesto. Short story, guys, Ernesto works for the government. Anyone know? What's the government doing right now? Oh, they're closed down. Government shut down, which kind of threw a big wrench in our plans here. So our keynote speaker is not with us today. Never fear. Robert is pre-prepared for a lot of this topic. Robert, let me just, before you jump into the topic, I'm sure you didn't foresee the government closing down before our event, but this feels like it's kind of a metaphor for over-reliance on manufacturer partners and as we grow our businesses. Allie, is Robert with us? Does he know that we're on?
Yes, he is.
I was
I
just
think
trying
we
to
might be on the
switch
same
between.
Wi-Fi.
Take your
Well, I'm
time, Robert.
hardwired because you never do
Yeah.
Wi-Fi, but I also tried my external hotspot and I'm having the same breakup issues. Are y'all able to hear me clearly?
I hear you great.
Okay. Well, I am limited with what I hear, but yeah, it's a little ironic when you schedule a keynote to talk about the resources that are available from the U.S. government, and then the government shuts down and that resource can't talk to you. So you just sometimes have to kind of laugh at the irony and just kind of move on. We did have a chance to meet together before the shutdown, and we talked about the topic at length to prepare. It was going to be great, but I'll do my best to give the information that Ernesto had outlined that he was going to cover.
Good job, Robert.
He obviously is the expert on this as the cybersecurity state coordinator for Texas for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is the CISA. They have all the government resources to bear, and they support the other three-letter agencies with different things. And so one of the things that I was recounting to Ernesto is that I always follow along with the advisories that they publish and use them as little miniature case studies or tabletops and put myself in the same situation and just walk through, okay, how would this have fared in my organization? How would things have worked? And so I want to cover one of those right now. This was actually published from CISA back in September, and it was titled Lessons Learned from a Cybersecurity Incident. And they were brought in to another government agency who had a breach. They had brought CISA in as their forensic assistant to help them respond. And this publication that they published, the advisory, walked through not only what the incident was, but what went wrong, what led to it. And then the nice thing that's a little bit of a treat when you're running a program where you're always trying to tune your tools is these advisories include all the indicators of compromise. They include the commands that were run, how the adversary moved through the environment. Did they set up camp and lay off the land? Did they bring in something real innovative? And this one, it was released at the end of September. They didn't say which agency it was, but it was an interesting kind of a digest into this compromise where they walked through how the attackers moved through, and it was really nothing groundbreaking with the attack. They had used Burp Suite, they checked the outside web interfaces, they somehow got on one of the machines, they set up command control, they moved around the environment, and eventually they were caught. Nothing really groundbreaking at all, but when you start looking at what enabled them to move through, and this is where things start to get interesting and we can start asking questions, and it gets into the heart of what I wanted to sit here and talk with Ernesto about today, is the three key takeaways that CISA had from this analysis they provided. One was that vulnerabilities were not promptly remediated. So they were able to identify on the machines that were taken over where they had published vulnerabilities and they just weren't closed. And those are what ultimately led to somebody taking over in this environment. There were some criticals that were more than 11 days old, and the geo server that was compromised had 25 days access. Now, in the grand scheme of things, 25 days sitting with a vulnerability, sometimes it's challenging to close those, and it causes you to think through, what am I doing enough to really get in front of these type of attacks? The other thing that happened is that no one ran through the incident response plan. And as the CISA was brought in, there were all sorts of challenges with getting them access to their environment. They weren't able to get into the SIM. They weren't able to get remote access into the other agency. And it took quite a while to get the two organizations to where they were coordinated and working together. And then the last thing that they had as a key takeaway was that their EDR, their antivirus, had picked up the tools and the things that were running, and no one was reviewing the logs. And so it sat for 3 weeks before anybody noticed that the log had picked up on some of these actions. And as you sit and look at these things, it was interesting to talk with Ernesto about it, because these are problems that all of us see at some time or another. We have a process, we have a tool, we have someone on our staff that's looking at something, and you're always trying to run through the playbook and say, okay, are we meeting our SLAs? Are we doing the things we need to do? And we had a conversation about it, and it was, okay, so these things happened in this environment. What is the key takeaway? What is the thing that we can talk about today for the typical business that's out there in the United States that is trying to do the best they can with what they have? And And through that conversation with Ernesto, we started talking about detective films and comparing older black and white films with you know, the CSI or the new cutting edge things where they have every single tool in their van and they can connect to every closed circuit camera in a 5-mile radius, you know, less than 20 seconds, where we all know that just getting your own film footage from your own closed circuit systems can sometimes take a while to get. And the thing that comes out of it is the detective work hasn't changed. The grit, the determination, the effort to look through the data that is out there and really come to what is going on is the same. What has changed is the tools and the techniques that the adversaries are using and the data feeds that we, as the practitioners, have available. And what changes over time is as we listen to these lessons learned and as we look at the trends that are in the environment, is adjusting what we're doing so that we are staying in line with how the adversary is trying to play. So with that in mind, looking at what CISA has published fairly recently, they make several resources available, and one of them is these trends and industry outlooks and the emerging technology and what are they seeing, you know, as a government agency with access into this. So the current trends that they're seeing for the last year for critical infrastructure is ransomware targeting OT, supply chain compromise, targeting unpatched legacy devices, and identity-based attacks leveraging MFA misconfigurations. None of that is surprising. These are things that if you've been following this industry for the last decade or so, these are what everybody has been talking about and working towards with critical infrastructure. The only real difference we're seeing is just the speed at which these attacks are coming, but the mechanisms is all the same. For small businesses, talking with CISA, trends over the last year, no surprise, it's ransomware, it's business email compromise, and it's DDoS attacks. These are things that we all deal with. DDoS attacks not as frequently as ransomware and business email compromise. But when you talk about this and you read these insights, sometimes it's this big letdown because it's like, okay, well, these are the same things we've been fighting for years. It's a well-worn list. But when you dig into the details of how these are being implemented, that's where things start to get a little interesting. I had a question come in off the thing. What is a DDoS attack? That is a distributed denial of service. That's where you flood a network port or an IP address to cause something to appear to go down. And a lot of times people will fail over to another service to try to keep things working. And that's when you can get in kind of around some of the controls.
Susan, we often don't see those in small business attacks. It's usually like nation states. Like you see a lot of this between like Russia and Ukraine might do that to each other to try to disrupt communications or their ability to operate. But we do see them in corporations at a larger size, a larger scale, definitely e-commerce sites, but not as often on small business compared to the business email compromise attacks or ransomware.
Yeah, thanks, James. And getting into
You're welcome, Robert.
What we are hearing from CISA and other agencies for how these attacks are evolving, and that's where we're seeing AI starting to really lower the barrier for the adversaries to increase their frequency and complexity of their attacks. So what we're seeing is the ransomware attacks are evolving way faster than in years past. So the toolkits that are available for companies to either download or the time it takes to develop, they're getting to a point where they are evolving so that every attack is using slightly different code, much easier to evade detection when you're looking at fingerprints. They've got different tooling in place that can set it up to where the scripts and the emails that go with it are completely different, and so it's harder to fingerprint where they're coming from and which group you're really working with, which makes it harder to try to predict their actions. Also, what's changing is with the deepfake audio. We had talked earlier today about some of the more pedestrian attacks that try to trick people into buying gift cards and sending, the Apple code to these attackers, or doing different things like that. Where now we're seeing where not only are they trying to trick companies to wire money, but they'll have an out of band connection. So they'll have somebody pretend to be a CFO and then have a person emulating that voice call that person and say, hey, really needing you to do this, to where it seems like an out of band confirmation that you're dealing with the right person. And they're going around a lot of our controls that we've set up to say, okay, well, if we've got a request that's out of the normal, you've got to talk to a person directly to validate that it's a real request. So what we're seeing is things are changing, and what used to become science fiction is becoming commonplace these days. We're also seeing more advanced threat actors living off the land. This is kind of a new term, but it's really how things used to be. Used to be when you would get into a system, you look at what tools are there and you do what you could. We went through a renaissance with hacking several years ago, where very sophisticated rootkits and toolkits were being sold that allowed people to really move and set up these command and control environments. What we're seeing evolve over this past 12 to 18 months is more and more attackers are not using as many tool sets. They're really using what's available on the machine or native commands, and trying to really evade these detections of things being brought into these environments. Sometimes it limits what they can do, and so you really need to look at your golden images as you're setting up these machines, and restrict what toolkits are on them. But it's an interesting battle to fight when they're using the very tools that you need to manage the network when they're using it against you. I had already mentioned the OT ransomware trend that a lot of us have kind of heard about in the news, with either power or water or other utilities being disrupted. But what's interesting is we're seeing that the traditional strategy of isolation and containment for these critical systems is falling by the wayside, and these same legacy systems are being coupled with modern IT, things that are exposing new vulnerable ways of attacking these legacy systems. So we're having what used to be very isolated control systems moving to the cloud so that they have redundancy and support. But then now we've got these cloud attacks that can then do lateral movement and get into these systems that used to be just cut off. And so it really shouldn't be a surprise that this is an area ripe with innovation. But if we even look back at Stuxnet, it was developed as a virus that would utilize USB transmission in a time when these ICS controllers were really not utilizing USB, but it was written in such a way that it only activated when it hit devices with a known serial number range. This is back when people were not ubiquitously using USB devices. So it's the demonstration throughout time that people will change and use new technology. It's nothing new. What we're seeing now is that the rate of that change is just drastically increasing. The other insight that CISA offered for how things are changing and new developing fields is something called hybrid warfare. So we've heard in the news a lot about cyber warfare and countries that are using it as a way of either disrupting other countries or getting different things to happen that are in their way. What we're seeing, especially in Ukraine, is where both sides are leveraging every possible technology they can find, and each side is just stepping up the ladder and and figuring out a way how to stop it. And then they try something new and the other side figures out a way to stop it. And what we're hearing from the government agencies is that in the future, if something were to happen, we're not necessarily going to see the large infrastructure disrupted by this cyber warfare. We're going to see things, not only the critical infrastructure, but also think about healthcare, gas stations, part suppliers, local public services. All of these play a big role in the local economies. And you disrupt the food, you disrupt the fuel, it's going to be a large scale disruption, have a huge impact on all of us. So as a government entity, the CISA provides a lot of publicly available resources for us in the trenches. And we need to keep our eye on what we're doing and look to the new data. So one of the things that, and I know this is just sounding like a huge advertisement for CISA, I'm trying to be true to kind of what we talked with Ernesto about, but it's talking with them, and they not only have the resources with policies and with frameworks, but they also provide different resources to help each of us think through our programs, think through what's next. And talking with them and looking at, well, what could we do in near term kind of mitigation for our program if we're trying to build out something that's more resilient. The first recommendation was implementing phishing resistant MFA. And talking with them about that, it's the text-based messages and the app-based one-time passwords. They're great. They're amazingly more secure than just passwords, but they're still susceptible and not impervious to compromise. And so what the recommendation is for your critical accounts, for systems that just really need to keep the lights on, moving to a form of MFA that goes back to the 3 pieces of identity. And so if you look at what identity actually is, it's something you know, typically a password, something you have, it's like a badge, maybe could be a certificate, could be a YubiKey, something like that, or something you are, a fingerprint, a hand scan, facial recognition. Anytime you've got multiple pieces of that, you are moving away from something that can easily be stolen. So if it's something that you physically have, somebody would physically have to have access to it. That would be why they're recommending these phishing resistant MFAs. And so that's where getting Microsoft Hello or getting YubiKeys or certificate things, the government uses the ID cards that have to slide in the computers. This is where you are moving into something that people cannot break through. So that was their first recommendation. The second is conducting tabletop exercises. It's looking at the process, looking at your procedures, and then running through and testing them, trying it out, having different parts of the organization involved. Their recommendation is to test it with key people, and to also test it with those key people not being involved, as if somebody is out sick or traveling or just not otherwise not available. How do things work? Also highlighted in the advisory I was talking about earlier is how easy can you bring in forensics? How easy can third-party companies, your people that need to assist you, can they be brought in to do the work? Once you're able to test that and run through, maybe you need to do a data dump if you're not going to allow them access to your log sources. How long does that take to run? You need to build these into your timetables and have the SLA set up so that you know if something happens, the business immediately knows, okay, it's going to be 28 hours before we can get data to a forensic company once we engage them. It helps set with the business the expectations of what is acceptable and what the business can survive, which is a different aspect of these tabletops that don't always get into with just worrying about turning the computers back on. The other is looking for vulnerabilities. CISA was highlighting the need for doing vulnerability scanning. I know here at Center, We have a robust patching program that we use, but we still use vulnerability scanning to find holes that aren't quite getting the attention that they should. And we use that to continually improve the base process. So looking at your patching program, are you thinking about your third-party software? Are you having enough data feeds to know when something needs to be applied? Playing through that, using vulnerability scanning to help inform that process improvement, so that you know that you're not just leaving yourself vulnerable to the next person who tries to knock on the door. The fourth thing that CSA was recommending is to engage external advisors to enhance your program. There are tons of resources available to get information about how to improve your process. And it's better to test your capabilities so that you know what you have and where your shortfalls are, so that you also know how to appropriately engage outside advisors, whether that is going to conferences, attending web conferences like this, talking to CISA, which you can always talk to your regional advisor with them, or engaging companies like us to come in and share with you with what we're seeing. Getting outside opinion helps turn over the rocks that may have been kind of covered up with just keeping the business running down to down. So beyond doing these near-term kind of fixes, I was talking with Ernesto on this. I was reading through some advisories, and it's like, okay, what can we really do from a long term to fix the actual problems, to move the needle, to get our things going that aren't easy. And the number one item that was recommended was for business to invest in a secure by design or security by default development practice. So if you've talked with me individually, I've always brought up security by design. It's a different way of looking at SDLC. What it is it's a theory about every step in the process for any time you have a project or an initiative that touches data to involve some sort of input from the security department. And that is, you're going to improve a website, you're going to bring in a new ERP, you're going to engage with a new vendor, you're going to implement a new version of a software. What data does that touch? How do we think about it and advise the project team to build out the solution, build out the support processes in a way that incorporates security throughout the whole process, instead of bringing something to development, bringing it to production, doing your vulnerability scans and your pen tests on it, and then realize you've got to do a follow-on project afterwards to fix those holes. So that was the first recommendation from CISA, was building that secure by design philosophy into your project. The other thing that they brought up, that the next thing you can do is, I know it's a little bit of a dry subject, but looking at security frameworks that are being developed and build controls based on the frameworks, so that you can establish governance on these newer policies and kind of have the technology fully developed before it's really adopted by your business. One example I can give is the NIST AI risk management framework that came out recently. It highlights how you measure risk and how you look at AI in the environment. And I had talked earlier with my discussion with Baba on setting up the governance, on looking through how do we empower the company to have champions throughout the environment rather than just pushing it from one central place on high. And very much so using these frameworks as a way to think through, what are the powers that be thinking about, who are the leaders in industry saying that we should do, and then what does that mean for us? How do we make it relevant for our company? And use that as a way to guide and set up your roadmap so that you're building the right guardrails for your organization. At the end of the day, you will still need to do the hard work for these policies and the governance you set up. There are a lot of tools that are available that are federally funded and no cost. Went on the CISA website on that. So they've got different resources you can have available. They've got cyber hygiene scanning, which is what they call their external vulnerability scans, the web application testing. There's ransomware readiness assessments that they have available where you can download a template and walk through. There's cyber resilience reviews where it's these templates that help you talk through and think through how resilient you are to these events happening, which get more into the business continuity planning. And there's also where you can talk to a cybersecurity advisor with the CSA. And so there's regional cybersecurity advisors. The majority of the people on this call are going to be in Region 6, where you can sit down and talk with them. They also have hosted CISA workshops and exercises and training programs. And if you happen to be an SLTT, a state and local, tribal, or territorial government, they have no cost consulting and tooling that's additional and grants as well for those government entities. So I know this has been extremely heavy on what CISA has to offer. And it's really unfortunate Ernesto couldn't be in person to share his wisdom with the stuff that he is dealing with at his level. Really great insight. I just wanted to bring that information to you. And so it isn't just the CISA. NIST has a lot of information available. CIS, which is the Center for Internet Security, has a lot of guidelines and standards that you can apply to your systems. InfraGard, if you're in one of the industries that's tied with critical infrastructure, a great way to be connected with the FBI, see the notices that they publish, get advisories on how to deal with things, get lists of indicators of compromise that you can plug into your tooling. There's a whole other list or set of resources available to find your templates and guides. And I've been hearing a bunch of dinging while I've been talking here and going through my notes on everything I talked with Ernesto about. Ali, I went crazy fast. James, do we have any questions that have popped up that I may have glossed over?
Oh yeah. No, there's been a lot of chiming in about how I'm picking up maybe some new friends in the chat. I might have a new roommate for the future. No, I think there are a couple of comments I'd love to just add in there. Part of this session on this topic is about the 2025 outlook. Every year, I'm sure the guys on the bridge right now, they get these reports that, hey, here's what in January, here's what 2025's outlook is. And then come end of year, some of those things came to fruition, some of them did not. One of the things I saw get hammered on this year were groups like Center get nailed by attacks. So the groups that Center or other MSPs use, like ConnectWise, Kaseya, Enable, all those groups were attacked. Can you talk a little bit, Robert, on that risk of how indirectly your partner ecosystem that you rely on might be impacting you directly?
Yeah, and so this is something that it's a very scary thing when you start to talk about it. When you get a trusted partner that really enables your business to move forward quickly, there's a level of trust that has to be with that partner that they're going to make their service available and it's going to be reliable. There's a really good case study of an attack affecting the industry. So for car dealerships, they have a dealer management system that where they run the car loans, they run their inventory. If they're importing from overseas, that's how they deal with customs. The CRM is inside of it, everything. And they really have made it to where these dealerships are able to run their systems without having to have a lot of systems on site. They're all SaaS solutions. There's only 2 or 3 big players. One of them is CDK, and they had a ransomware incident that happened this summer. Their US systems went down with ransomware, and it completely took out the operations of 15,000 car dealerships for a little over a month. And so there was over a month this past summer that dealerships just weren't able to import cars. They weren't able to close deals. They weren't able to interact with the banks for loans. And so when you have a supply chain issues like this. So, I'll bring it back to center here in a second. But when you've got a supply chain situation like this for a dealership where they're no longer able to sign contracts because that's how they were doing contracts, they're not able to do all of the things that they really need to do because a trusted advisor went down. It really hurt the industry, and it made it to where people really scrambled for what are the manual processes I can do to do that. So when we bring it back to somebody like Center, where we were advised, hey, these supply chain attacks are going to be ramped up this year. We've definitely seen an increase of the external fingerprints and touching and scanning of our systems and looking. People are definitely looking more than they have in years past. The trick is having enough diversification in your tooling so you're not relying on a single supply chain provider. So if one of our SaaS solutions goes down, we still need to have an understanding that we're still able to pivot over to another solution and keep operating. And so anytime you're dealing with an external vendor that's taking over a whole bunch of critical business processes, you need to really understand, are they a true partner in the industry? Are they really at the table with you and trying to make sure you're successful as well? Or are they going to go down and just say, sorry, there's nothing we can do, you're just dead? We've been very fortunate that our tooling and our observations have been good enough that we've caught all the knocking on the door that we've known about and prevented anything from impacting at a big scale. But it's that these supply chain attacks, as more companies move to these integrated SaaS solutions, are going to increase in frequency and impact.
Yeah, that was good, Robert. I agree. You heard in 2021 about Colonial Pipeline, about JBS Foods. Everyone, of course, thought that was going to impact everybody indirectly. SolarWinds was a supply chain attack where every IT guy did the right thing by adding a patch that ended up letting the bad guy in. CrowdStrike just last year, the largest outage that we'd ever seen. We've been able at Center to kind of dodge a lot of these. Some of that's due to just following best practices. Some of that's luck.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, is there any advice you have for the small business that says, I want to be able to budget for what this would look like if something were to hit me? How would you start that process?
Yeah, and so that's where your incident response planning really, at this point, you cannot responsibly do that without including business continuity planning. We are at a point with technology where it's almost impossible to do your job without the technology. We've gone past the days where there were still enough paper processes. Earlier today, I had kind of joked about the people that were blessed to be in the hurricane zone because we have to live with these power outages that come every couple of years. If you're going down this path and you're thinking through these supply chain risks, it's okay, if I'm going to offload this process, do I have some sort of manual process to go with it? How long can my business operate? So if I'm moving widgets, what is my working capital and how much inventory do I carry? How many days of inventory do I carry that I could ship if the system goes down? I was helping a factory several years back work on this, and we had full segmentation on everything, but they used SAP for doing serial numbers, and they could not print serial number labels without SAP working up. And they had an SAP outage shortly after we had highlighted this for them, and their factory completely stopped because of that one key process. And the way around it is they made a process to where at the beginning of a shift, they would print out 12 hours worth of serial numbers for 8 hours worth of work. So if they were down, they had 12 hours to bring SAP back up before it would actually impact the factory. And so as we're working through these incident response plans, it's what can the business tolerate and what kind of risk are we willing to carry? And you build that into your incident response plan, set up those and saying, okay, if we have an outage, security team can deal with it. But if you can't bring it up and you don't think you're going to be able to bring it up in 20 hours, then we've got to bring in outside help and we've got to do something else because that's when it's going to start impacting the business. So what we're seeing a lot is helping and talking customers through, okay, what is your risk tolerance? What can you bring up? and then making sure that they're trained on that incident response process. Because we've got our incident response process, we can triage it, we can figure it out, get things back working, but we're not running the business, we're keeping the IT lights on. So how does the business work with that? How do they then translate that to their stakeholders in the various divisions? And it's that handoff between the two groups working. When it's successful, that's when these things are way less painful.
Yeah, and I would argue too with like some of our security partners. Let's pick like Arctic Wolf, for example, who like to talk about that blast radius and how to reduce it. If we can identify ways to limit the potential of impacting the full business and have it be something that if hit, it'll always be limited to just a silo or a small, like a single system. Sure is easy for us to talk about those repairs or business continuity strategies when it's not the full org. CrowdStrike would have been a little tougher during its outage to hope for that type of incident. So even Robert, deeper than just discussing an outage would be how do you take care of every scenario when the scenarios are changing so fast, which I say all that to say just before this event, you were talking to me about even though the world's evolving so fast, how we get out of hot water is really not changed all that much. It's the same analysis, similar tools to restore from backups to launch the business in a segregated environment. Those things haven't really changed so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, couldn't agree
very much
more.
so. Well said.
Well, Robert, I think we're running low on questions at this point. Allie, nothing new on the questions front?
I haven't heard anything yet. Anyone, if you have a question, now's your time to ask.
Robert, right now there's a people are dogging on Arch Manning. There's a lot about tailgates. The group's having a fun time alongside the serious discussion. So a lot of chatter, not a lot of questions.
Okay.
I think what we ought to consider is winding it down. Allie, for a drawing or two, do you have more goods to give away?
We do have more goods. And unlike the other ones, we decided to up the stakes this time. For people who have attended all sessions today, we did a random drawing, and we are going to see who the winners are. So for our first giveaway, it's an easy travel lockpick set. Our winner for this one is Eric Allen. Woo! Yay!
Way to go, Eric. Way to be here.
Eric, we will be in contact with you on how to receive your easy travel lockpick sets. And for the grand prize, and I know you guys are probably head over heels about this one, Flipper Zero. In case you're unfamiliar, it is a portable hacking device. Can be used for multiple things, and yes, it is legal. For this one, the winner of the Flipper Zero is Gerald, and apologies if I say your last name wrong, Hari, I believe. We will also contact you on how to get your Flipper Zero. Thank you everyone for attending these sessions today. It has been a blast, and I know I have learned so much. I hope you've learned just as much.
Yeah, Allie, great work. Good job, guys. I want to echo the same thank you. We hope to see y'all in future events for the rest of this month and the remainder of the year. If y'all have questions about the sessions, let us know. We're pretty easy to find. We'd be happy to get any of the recordings to you or information about specific speakers or resources used throughout. Again, thank you all so much for your time today, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.